today we'll have the opportunity of hearing more from the DFIs, in particular, the commercial banks as well. Yesterday we heard from the Infrastructure Bank PLC, which is partly owned by the federal government and the state government as well. So we were able to learn from the private sector a little bit yesterday on the funding side. Today we have another day fully set before us. We've made a slight adjustment in terms of the speakers, but the key focus for today remains the same. The public-private sector partnership in transportation, infrastructural development is the key focus to get today started. We'll be talking about pension funds, and we touched a little bit about that yesterday, how we can harvest more than close to 14 trillion naira that is already sitting in the pension accounts. We're not taking your pensions away, by the way, gentlemen. I'm about 50, so I'm looking at that portfolio as well. But we can put our pensions to work. So for those of you who are retired, be rest assured that your money is safe and we're not taking your pension away. But again, you wouldn't mind investing part of your pensions for the future of your children, isn't it? You wouldn't mind. Yeah, you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. I got a yes. So, today we'll look at the financial institutions and the private investors. And this is very important because it's a marriage between those who want to invest, those who want to do concessioning, those who are interested in partnering with the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Works and Housing, and where the funding will come from is very, very important. So today we have this very particular panel, which is the third, looking at a synergy between the private sector investors on one hand and those within the financing institutions, including the capital market. So we've got the managing director of EcoBank, Patrick Akinwutan, to speak to us. But let's get started, because this is one very critical agency in the whole infrastructure provision in Nigeria, which is the ICRC. That's the Infrastructure Concessioning and Regulatory Commission. This particular agency has been at the forefront of making sure that we have the government side work together. So this critical agency is being represented today by Mark Ohiani, who is the Acting Director General and the Chief Executive of the ICRC. He's delivering the first paper for us today. Unfortunately, he's absent, so he sent a very able director within the ICRC, who is the Director of Transport Infrastructure. Is the man who knows how it works from within. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Emmanuel Onwodi, who is the Director of Transport Infrastructure at the ICRC. So please come to the podium to give us today's first lead paper. And of course, we'll bring the chairman of the panel and other members to please sit in. Please, another round of applause, please.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Director General, NITT. I think I should just stand on existing protocol from yesterday and to say that the ICRC is pleased to be part of this wonderful event that discusses those critical issues that borders on how to push our infrastructure assets as a nation further. So this morning, I'll be speaking on the public-private partnership in transport development in Nigeria. I'll also be focusing on, I'll be focusing on certain areas in terms of Nigeria's infrastructure challenges, key issues, new issues for new businesses. I'll try to look at some investment needs and opportunities, and then we can look at the PPP framework in Nigeria so that we have a good understanding of how to create that enabling space for the public and the private sector to then come in and go into partnership to develop our infrastructure assets. The infrastructure is a guarantee to economic development. And so when we say infrastructure, we're looking at rail infrastructure, highway, harbor, aviation, tourism, etc., that enables us to then focus on which item to discuss. Of course, we agree, looking at the conversations of yesterday, that poor economies will definitely create poor infrastructure. So if we want to grow our infrastructure assets, we need to deliberately grow our economy so that we can then close up this interrelationship between poor economic development and, of course, poor infrastructure assets for the government. So infrastructure delivery actually should surpass these present conditions as we as we begin to look at them. And the next thing to say that to be rich, the simple thing to do is to build a good road first. Okay? Transportation is the most essential infrastructure, as we all agree. All the circulation of goods, people, and other economic forms cannot go without transportation. So, needless to say that we are talking about a sector that is very, very important and key to infrastructure assets. Railway, for instance, remains the backbone of long-distance transportation. And of course, there must be some main railway, amongst the big cities, ports, industrial zones, etc. And how, like was discussed yesterday, how these things are being integrated in a seamless manner to be able to support the busy districts, etc. So road transit is mostly used in, land transportation, mainly for short distances, and of course for the rural areas and road network, which require all kinds of supports, will be an area to also look at. Maritime, as was said earlier, remains the cheapest way of transport. It's necessary to develop the ports and, of course, the marine and shipping industry. As I speak, we have about 4, 5, 6 deep sea ports that are coming up. We have the Lekki, we have the Ibom deep sea port, we have the Bakassi one, which is about 10 nautical miles from each other. The federal government just approved the Bonny deep sea port. I'm sure you are aware. And of course, the Bayelsa one, the Age port, and a few other ports that are coming up, the Badagry deep sea port, etc., which we are currently working on with the Federal Ministry of Transportation to see how we can further, expand that asset and be able to ensure that there is easy movement of cargo to the hinterland. Of course, huge tonnage and specialized deep water ports and harbor are required. A comprehensive aviation system with main airports and lateral airports is also needed, both for international and local transactions. As we are aware, the aviation sector is presently, going through some 6 major projects. Talking about, I'm sure you must have heard about the national carrier, the MRO, maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility, the aviation leasing company, and of course, a few days back, we had the launch of the RFQ of the concession of the 4 airports, the Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Port Harcourt, which is presently under procurement, haven't been issued with the outline business case certificate by the ICRC. So I'll take the next slide about infrastructure deficit and challenge. So talking about capital asset investment in infrastructure, this is a widely recognized veritable route for engendering sustainable economic development and, of course, inclusive growth. We require about 70% of GDP, which rank between the road, rail, ports, airports, etc., with power and transportation accounting for at least 50% of total volume. And in contrast to international benchmarks, Nigeria's core infrastructure assets is estimated about 20% to 50% of our GDP, for which the NIM, like we always refer to, estimates that about 30 to 35 billion will be required annually over the next 5 years to ensure that we close in that infrastructure gap as much as possible and ensure that we achieve sustainable economic growth that will then propel that development that we require to fill the infrastructure gap in the country. And of course, with fiscal and budgetary funding constraints, plugging government at all levels, PPP becomes one of the key way out to be able to sustain and ensure that we have a solution to drive our infrastructure program. Okay. So if you look at the next slide, across infrastructure sectors, we require, for instance, 1 trillion in the energy sector. I'm looking at the 30-year investment program. Of course, we require about 1 trillion, which represents about 33%. The transportation sector requires about 25.4, I think there's an error there, which is about 775 billion. And of course, the agri sector, the ICT, the housing, and then of course, other social infrastructure sectors of the economy. So these are figures that we need to deliberately work towards attract the necessary private sector involvement to, assess long-term infrastructure financing assets and to be able to get to our required destination. Now, we agree that our funding deficit in infrastructure, and that's why we're here to see how we can close in that gap. In terms of funding options, we require, there's a deficit of about 23 billion that will require per annum to upscale our infrastructure assets. That's about $100 billion for the next 5 years. Okay? So these are things, and we know currently that the federal government, invests average about $10 billion in investment in infrastructure assets. But of course, there is still a gap. And then, of course, we know that for the government options, two key areas were deliberated upon yesterday. The Minister of Finance was talking about on-budget financing, and then off budget financing, where government assumes some financial commitments, but essentially is sort of an intervention, a special intervention, and financing from donor agencies, etc. So our key area will be, so you've gone ahead of me. Our key area will be funding as a source of PPP. Luckily, the gatekeeper mentioned pension funds. We're not taking your pensions, like he said, but we're looking at long-term commercial bonds that will access through the capital markets and then be put to use to develop our infrastructure assets. So what are the key issues? So you'll agree with me that infrastructure remains the most important impediment in realizing high potential that the transport and tourism sector holds for the entire economy. Okay? Then it prevents the faster growth of these sectors. Here emerges the need for the coordination and cooperation between the public and the private sector. And of course, the most sought after model remains the public-private partnership. There's a need for a new business model, like was canvassed yesterday. Government is cash-strapped. As a matter of fact, if we put in all our entire budgets as a nation for the next 10 years, it will still be, it will not be enough to finance our infrastructure assets. So government is cash-strapped. There's a requirement for capital investment. We need to put private sector capital at risk to ensure that we're able to drive our infrastructure growth, to engender maintenance, and of course to upscale and upgrade all of the infrastructure assets that we mentioned. We need to realize that transportation and tourism centers can pay for themselves, and we're talking essentially about economic infrastructure here, because we expect that the cash flow waterfalls from the economic infrastructure is big enough to make sure that the private sector investment recoups their investment and are able to make significant financial returns on their investment. The success model will include various creative schemes, PPPs, concessions, etc., that can be used, and we'll be discussing about some of them and looking at some of the methods. So modern businesses, you will agree with me, that require significant capital investment, but with the promise of handsome rewards. Like they say, it's not because of the generosity of the baker that we have bread on our table, but because the baker needs to make some money. So highly attractive investment asset class with fairly predictable cash flows and relative long-term investment stability will be key to note. Entrepreneurship, which also delivers high level of service, will enhance efficiency and ensure optimal infrastructure financing at all levels. Now let's look at the spectrum risks. I'm talking specifically with public sector spectrum. So we have the conventional procurement. To the extreme, we have the full privatization. But in between these two, we have the public-private partnership. So you can look at the risk spectrum. So once you move towards the extreme there, you see that the risk moves to where? To the private sector. And if you stay within the public sector, the entire risk moves to the conventional procurement, where we have the public sector. But in between, where risks are managed and shared and allocated to parties who are better able to manage those risks, is where we have the PPP. So private sector who come into development of our infrastructure asset to partner with government, for instance, will have to carry the risk that they are better able to manage. And some of these models, like was discussed, things like design, build, finance, and transfer, build, operate, transfer, which is typically used for road infrastructure assets, where the private sector can come in, put the capital at risk, take significant financial risk, and then ensure that the cash flows are better able to pay back the loan and they can make significant returns. So that gives us an idea of when we talk about PPPs, where we actually situate our conversations this morning. Project financing mechanisms, there will be two major ways to finance public infrastructure: the public sector financing, and of course, the private sector. And if you look at the two diagrams, where you have the public sector, they will create a central, or what you call the state and local government, and of course, development institutions that will key in there. And then, of course, for the private sector, essentially we have corporate finance and project finance. But for PPPs, we usually will adopt the project finance, because in project financing, these are off-balance sheet events, which off-balance sheet transactions, and we hope that the PPP assets will be able to pay back the investments in it. So talking about funds for infrastructure asset financing, from the public sector, this has been discussed yesterday. We have tax revenues, non-tax revenues, public bond financing, loans and grants from government, financial institutions, and other financial development assistance. And then, of course, from the private sector finances, is basically through debt and equity financing, where the promoters will have to bring in equity, and then they will have to approach the banks or the capital market to attract the debt that is required. So a mix of both debt and equity in the right proportion will ensure that we have a viable project. So the Nigerian context, we're saying that, and these are just aspects of it that we might have to look at. As a rich country, we need to have a rethink on other public spending strategies on transport infrastructure. The government is finding it increasingly difficult to allocate adequate financial resources for the development of transportation infrastructure. The already decaying infrastructure is increasingly under pressure due to population and economic growth. So these are significant issues that needs to be ensured. But let's look at the definition of PPPs. The question is, what exactly how do we define PPP in our own jurisdiction? Various jurisdictions have provided different definitions for public-private partnerships. And I'm sure that as we sit here today, we have in our minds different definition of what a PPP is. Some believe that PPP is about the private sector, something is a government scheme that, But the PPP for us as an institution and as our own definition is that it's a contractual agreement between the public agency, be it federal, state, and local government, and then, of course, the private sector entity. Through this agreement, the skills and assets of each party, the private and public, are then shared in delivering a service or facility for the use of the general public. In addition to the sharing of resources, each party shares in the risks and rewards, similar to what you have in Islamic financing, where they say that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Okay? So if you look at the diagram here, the first thing to say is that we have a wide infrastructure gap in our country. There's a growing demand for the private sector to come in and participate like we're having this morning and have those conversations that will help us move from where we are to where we want to be. There are, of course, small and depleting government resources. And then, of course, there's an urgent need for government to begin to look at alternative ways of financing infrastructure assets. So the goal is to combine the best capabilities of the public and the private sectors for their mutual benefits. So there are key words that we can look at from this definition. The first one is to say that it's a formal contract. So whatever discussions that you have as a public and a private sector party, it must end up in a concession contract. It is that concession contract that is then handed over to the ICRC by the ICRC Act of 2005 to ensure efficient execution of the concession agreement. The second thing is that it is entered into through competitive procurement. It is transparent, it is advertised, it is based on best practice, and it is transparent in all manner. Output specifications are defined, and then of course there's adequate allocation of risk, like I said earlier, between parties that are better able to manage the risk. So you will never manage a risk that you will not be, you will never be assigned a risk that you will not be able to manage. I'll give an example of the Lekki transaction. In one of our conversations around it, the private sector was allocated the risk of ensuring that a particular transformer was relocated. It took them years and months, and they could not achieve that. And by the time they sat down, they reassigned that risk to the Lagos State government. And within just a phone call from the Lagos State government, the transformer was moved from its position. So we need to allocate risks to parties that can manage the risk. Otherwise, the project becomes more expensive, and the cost of that will be pushed to the end, to the consumers, to the end users. Of course, we talk about putting private sector capital at risk, and of course, ensuring that there is regulation and contract management to ensure performances of these transactions. So the next question is, why use PPPs? PPPs will enable us focus on outputs. PPPs make projects affordable because they must have the various value-added analysis would have been, value for money analysis would have been analyzed to ensure that more efficiency in procurement options are adopted, faster project delivery, risk allocated to parties better able to manage them. We deliver certainly on budget and outcomes. So there are no budget overruns or cost overruns, as it were. There is better asset utilization, sustainable development, and improved regulation. And then, of course, public sector can then pay services. Public sector can only pay for services delivered. And of course, we are able to inject more capital funds into our infrastructure development. And what that does is that it frees up government treasury funds into other social infrastructure development that will help us grow our economy. So PPP is not privatization or divestment. PPP is not about borrowing money from the private sector. PPP is more about creating a structure. And like we looked at the various options, how do we create a structure that will be viable enough to attract those long-term financing, particularly for the development of our transport infrastructure? This means that government will no longer build roads. Government will therefore create the enabling environment for the private sector to come in and develop roads. As you know, we are working on the HDMI. I'm sure the Minister of Works, did say that yesterday. The HDMI is a highway development management initiative where the about 1,963 kilometers of existing road are being put there for the private sector to come in. We've gone through the first stage, and then we're going through the second stage. The idea is that the rights of way along that corridor would then be put in such a way that will bring in the private sector to invest and create value along those corridors. And if that pilot scheme works, it then will be extended to the rest of the 35,000 federal highways. Now, the framework for PPP in Nigeria, which is the space where I belong, with the ICRC, is an institution of the government that was established in 2005. We have the document, the Federal Executive Council document of November 2009 as part of the framework, and of course, other reports that are issued from time to time to enable us drive PPP. So we have the ICRC Act, we have the national policy on PPPs, and we have other circulars and guidelines and regulations that we issue to ensure that the program for PPP in Nigeria is well guided. For ICRC's function, we provide guidance for MDAs in structuring PPP transactions, and this will include both for greenfield and brownfield. The greenfield is where you have completely new infrastructure assets being developed, and the brownfield is where you have an existing infrastructure that you require to upscale or invest or renovate or rehabilitate. So that's the difference between the greenfield and the brownfield. And of course, we take custody of all executed agreements, ensuring compliance and and post-contract regulation. We also issue PPP regulations and guidelines, collaborate with state government to develop sustainable national framework. What we do not do is that we do not initiate PPP projects. The MDAs do. We do not develop this project. It is the responsibility of the MDAs. The Federal Executive Council will retain the approval right to approve PPP projects. We also have 7 conditions that will enable us to determine whether a project is PPP-able. So not every project can be delivered through PPP. So these are conditions. There must be arrangement, there must be provision, investment, time periods, risk sharing, standards, and of course, payment linked to performance. There are certain principles, and as I just round up, that we need to have in PPPs. First of all, there must be value creation, there must be value for money. It must be delivered in the interest of the public. It must specify outputs requirements. It must be transparently procured. There must be risk allocation, there must be competition, and of course, key is the capacity to deliver, both financially and technically. So we have this, the next slide that talks about the PPP life cycle in a national policy, where you have the development phase, and at the end of the development phase, you have the OBC, which is the outline business case, which we then certify by giving a certificate. We move to the next stage of procurement, where we take this project to markets and engage with the private sector who are better able to deliver this asset. At the end of it, we issue a full business case certificate and go to the Federal Executive Council to get an approval. The concession agreement is signed, meaning that we've established commercial close, and then we expect that the banks will be ready to release money so that we can get to financial close as quickly as possible. So, of course, there are a few examples in the transportation sector. Next slide, please. And I'll probably just flash these ones. I've talked about them because of time. We have them in various sectors across road, ports, the airport, aviation, etc. And of course, we have ICDs and dry ports. A few of them have been mentioned there. These are transactions that are ongoing that we're trying to support. We have the vehicle transit areas where we are looking at truck transit parks, where we can then create that facility that will take the trucks off the road, bringing in private sector to invest in that. So typically what we're doing is to free up government funds to develop other assets. And of course, if you go to the next slide, we're talking about aviation. I've talked about the 6 projects that are working on aviation, and those of them that are in the market at the moment. And of course, next slide. Next slide. So roads and bridges, these are projects also. I've talked about the HDMI, where we are putting the first pilot phase into procurement. So let's look at the success factors, critical success factors that enables us to drive PPPs. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So we have these as part of our critical success factors. We require access to capital, and I'm happy we'll be talking about the private sector here. We require institutional framework. Thank God we have the ICRC Act, we have the policy of FEC, and we have the regulation that we issue. And of course, we have legislative support. And one other key area is the political will, and then, of course, transparent policy that requires to be put in place. So in conclusion, adopting a PPP in transportation infrastructure development is a sure way of increasing infrastructure stock. Of course, the existing PPP legal, institutional, and regulatory framework, which the ICRC is championing, is designed to provide this comfort for interested private sectors. The Commission's doors remains open as we support all parties to ensure that we have a transparent and viable project. And of course, subnational government, talking about the states, we continue to enjoy from this form of. So in summary, the problem is not funding, the problem is being able to develop viable projects that will be viable enough with strong cash flow streams that will attract these investment that will require from the private sector. On that note, I want to say thank you so much, and I wish the organizers well. Thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause to Emmanuel Onwodi, Director of Transport Infrastructure Development at the ICRC. I think he's laid it all so clear for every one of us to see on the PPP side what the ICRC is doing and the windows that are open. Of course, PPP is an essential and economic necessity and not something that we can think whether we should have it or not. Let me quickly bring on the standing on existing protocol. Let me please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the chairman of this session, Alhaji Ibrahim Jubril, the President, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport of Nigeria, CILT. Thank you very much, please. Alhaji Ibrahim, thank you very much for this way, sir. Thank you, sir. He will be chairing this particular first session, and most likely if I can retain him for the next session as well. Thank you very much. Other discussants of this particular presentation, and they will also bring a few thoughts of their own into the conversation. It's Dr. Aminu Yusuf, former Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NITT. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Aminu Yusuf. And I think the final member of this particular panel is Mr. Isaac Balami. Is Mr. Balami around now? Okay, not yet in the hall. All right, thank you very much. So, if you permit me, and please hang the gender sensitivity on my neck for this particular panel, please permit me to allow the President of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, Alhaji Ibrahim Jubril, to please open the floor as we give the panel the next 30 minutes. Then, of course, we'll have a few questions from the audience. Then we'll take the second panel very quickly back to back. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have heard from Mr. Onwudi of ICRC on the PPP framework, as ICRC has been guiding us as a nation towards implementing or executing some of our infrastructural developments in the country. I must commend Mr. Emmanuel Onwudi and, of course, ICRC for the regulatory framework that they have put in place in order to guide us in entering these PPP arrangements. We have heard from him the various areas that PPP is coming into play and the advantages we will derive when these projects are finally in place. Initially, I was getting worried as a pensioner when people start delving or proposing going into the pension fund in order to finance some of these PPP projects. To be honest, there will be so much resistance from the pensioners, I'm very sure of that. We have seen instances in the past where governments dip their hands into such funds and then the pensioners end up being at the losing end at the end of the day. But I'm now relieved. Mr. Onwudi has said that it's better to go to commercial funding sources rather than dipping hands into the pension fund. This is more relieving. But coming back to PPP in Nigeria, Mr. Onwudi, there have been issues. We had some discussions privately yesterday with the Minister for Works on the involvement of communities when it comes to PPP projects. It is understood that PPP projects are initiated and implemented by the user or implementing agencies. ICRC only gives the guidelines and, of course, monitor the implementation to a certain extent. But we have had challenges where the communities come up against quite a number of these projects. We have seen them in Lagos. We have seen where Obas came up against the toll gate in Lagos, or the Lekki end, and some other projects around the country. Now, this is an issue that we want to know how that should be addressed. Agreed, it's not the responsibility of ICRC, but it has to come into play, because what we are looking at the end of the day is the success of the project. We want other people or users to be carried along when these projects are being implemented. Another issue I would want us to also look at is the issue of indigenous participation. Some of these projects are of very high capital investment. And our indigenous private sector don't have enough muscle for some of these things. And it would be better if our indigenous people are fully involved or somehow involved to an extent that the benefit of this project would come back to the country rather than having multinationals coming in and then we don't get the full benefit when it comes to the other end of the investors' benefits. So I think indigenous participation would have to be captured in, and there has to be a deliberate policy to see how this indigenous participation would be ensured. And I think on this note, Mr. Onwodi, maybe you will take comments and questions, or the discussion side of Dr. Aminu, so that you can respond from there.
Thank you, Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, in addition, I'm very happy this morning to have heard from ICRC. It means virtually everything is ongoing now. Only thing is that transportation infrastructure, although we have so many ongoing projects, it has a peculiar problem. What is the problem? First, transport has a long-term, maturity. I can remember very well, way back 2001, when we were in the USA, during Obasanjo period, he came to USA to meet the US Department of Transportation, trying to invite Americans to come and invest on Nigerian railways. After he left, the Americans, one of them came and told us that this is what happened, and they are not going to invest because transport railway takes at least 10 years to mature. Then the recovery period is going to be very slow pace, So now, with most PPC projects, the last one is about 30 years, I believe. 20 to 30 years. Now, highway, they are designed for 30 years, for instance. After 30 years, what happened? They dilapidate. Well, 30 years with good maintenance, with routine maintenance. But if you don't maintain them, of course, they will be able to, scrap before that particular period. So now my worry is, how is ICRC able to, contain this particular situation? Because way back in the university or in the school, our development experts were telling us, any nation develops if you have three things in place. You have power, you have transport, and then you have communication. These three things combined, they bring about development. Without them, a nation cannot be said to be developed. Now, the third one is transport, which is our own area of concern, has a particular problem of, if you want to provide transport, let's say a highway or a railway, you have to provide a right of way. That is the legal way within which that particular infrastructure will follow. Even pipeline, you need right of way, and only government can intervene to provide right of way. Private man cannot, whether Nigerians or non-Nigerians, they cannot be able to provide, right of way. There's a serious problem. So there has to be political intervention. The state governor is the owner of the lands, all our lands. The local government chairman is the owner of other lands. President doesn't have land. You see another problem. I give you an example. Way back, we were all here now in those days, during Latif Jakande period. They refused to give federal government land to build federal housing that time, Shagari housing. And it's a good something for Lagosians. But if they had given MP and government that time land to build housing, what do you call that party? UPN will have taken the credit. Sorry, they don't allow that government that time to take the credit. Even the present housing scheme of the federal government, I think only 2 states didn't benefit. either Lagos or one other state. So I want ICRC to look into these areas of lifespan of the projects vis-a-vis, the nature of transportation infrastructure in question. For instance, look at telecommunication. Within a year, everybody became, used to MTN and Globacom and what have you. Why? Because there's no any need for any right of way. The only thing is they just acquire small land or rent a small land and erect their tower and provide, telecommunication services. So it's almost fully privatized now. The 4 companies or the 5 companies, and telecommunication is very fine in Nigeria. Power, I'm sure too, is not a big deal because that one is either hydroelectricity or gas project. But transport has a peculiar problem, and that's what I'm trying to talk about. So please, I wonder if NIT should collaborate with ICRC in these areas or in these gray areas so that PPPs in transportation can be made easier. What I'm talking about is maybe, because those greenfield and the brownfield, areas of PPPs in transport, a new road, for instance, a new railway line like this present modernization that they're doing. So it will be easier. Government has to come in, post-state government and the federal government. And the ICRC, because of their standards, very high standards, they should see how we can be able to to make life easier so that transport facilities or infrastructure can be provided without much difficulty, at least for the better of Nigerian economy. Thank you very much for now.
I think we can respond to those 2 comments first, then the chairman will take us to the floor. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a lot has been said, but I'll start from the chair of the, I'm also a member of your institute. So some of these questions, a member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. And I also have a postgraduate from the NITT, which is an institution I'm very proud of. And I want to encourage us in this room, if you don't have their postgraduate, please see the DG and make sure they enroll you, because it was a wonderful time. But coming back to the questions, in terms of community issues and all that, what we have canvassed within ICRC, and if you look at our framework, and I think the missing thing there is stakeholder management. Stakeholder consultations is expected to run throughout the lifespan of every PPP transaction. You must continue to understand the users of that service, the community, where you operate, all the stakeholders must continue to be carried along. The example you gave with the Lagos one and all that, some of them were clearly things about lack of stakeholder management. For instance, where you have what is called the affordability test, willingness to pay study, for instance. Willingness to pay study is not affordability test. The fact that I can afford a PPP service does not mean that I'll be willing to pay. And you see, for that example, that was what was key. But the stakeholders were not carried along. So, of course, obviously, they will be forced to go against or, be very uncooperative in terms of ensuring that those projects which they consider not to be in their interest, should go forward. The other thing you talked about, so we encourage that there must be stakeholder participation management throughout the, right from the procurement of the assets. For instance, I gave you an example of the HDMI one. We have engaged with the private sector right from when the RFQ, which is the request for qualification, was issued, up to the time we did the evaluation and we got the shortlisted numbers. We intend also to have a pre-bid conference again. So these are activities that must continue. And then, of course, you have what is called market sounding. You continue to sound the market, do your stakeholder consultations. That's where you are bringing up issues to the table and you are discussing them and you're arriving at solutions that will be amicably to the benefit of the members. The other thing you talked about is about indigenous people being involved. Thank God we have the local contact law and all that encourages that businesses in Nigeria must first look at the locals first. In addition to what we do, is that even when you have international competitive bidding, this is a bid that involves international bidders. you still have to localize the operation here in Nigeria. You can bid for the transaction from wherever you are, but the moment you have a commercial close, the law requires that you must then register the SPV or the company locally. And certain proportions of the workforce must be engaged at certain level within the community area. So these are laws that are already on ground, and we are pushing them as much as possible. For the HDMI, we specifically said, look, we're going to encourage our local partners, local indigenes and all that, to be able to play, if either in terms of consortium membership or other forms of involvement. So that's what we're doing, and I think they're benefiting from it gradually. PPPs take time to mature. I agree with Doctor. In terms of 10 of PPP transactions, these are scientifically proven. For every PPP transactions, I'm an accountant, I'm a chartered accountant, and I know that we run financial models. It is the model that will tell us how long the PPP transactions will take. When is your payback period? So when is it appropriate for you to then hand over the asset to government? It is not, something you just look at a project and you say, oh, this project must take 30 years or 40. We have to derive that tenor. Some transactions are about 10 years, within a payback period of 7 years, and they will allow maybe a reasonable period of 2-3 years for the investors to recoup their investment. It is not cast in stone that you must do 40-year concession. We've had situations where the private sector have proposed to spend 44 years or 45 years on a transaction, and by the time we looked at it, we did our sensitivity analysis and ran different scenarios and then put it into the model. We realized that, they could recoup their investment in 15 years. Why keep them there for 40 years? So we allowed a reasonable time of additional 4-5 years for them to make some returns, and then they hand over the assets back to the government. The idea in PPP is that as soon as you have invested, you have operated the asset, and you have recouped your investment, you'll be packing your load to go, except the party decides to then say, okay, how do we, have a framework that will bring you back in a competitive way, into the transaction going forward. So these are scientific ways, running a financial model, doing what is called the public sector comparator, the PSC comparator, we call it. This is a method where we look at what it will cost the government to provide the same asset, vis-a-vis what it will then cost the private sector to provide that asset. And then as you look at that transaction, you're able to determine how long it will take the private sector to recoup their money and then move ahead. This has to be done in a very transparent manner. In terms of the right-of-way, yes, the right-of-way risk is one of the very key risks. If you are doing a road project or you're doing a pipeline, and don't forget, sir, the right-of-way, these are, that right is given to you by the state government, for instance. For instance, if you have a project that runs through the states, okay, you need to get the certificate of occupancy from the state government. But it's a risk of the federal government to go and get those permits and licenses. So it's one of the risk areas that the private sector might not be in a position to manage. So in PPPs, we assign those risks to the parties who are better able to manage those risks. So we look at those risks are very important. In terms of the collaboration with ICRC and NITT, I want to announce to you that it is already ongoing. As we speak now, the ICRC is collaborating. We have started plans to collaborate with the NITT to do some research into, for instance, cost of infrastructure assets, different kinds of subject matters that we believe that we can then be able to advise governments on which way to go. So that is enforced. That's actually within my department, and we are already discussing with the director in NITT to see how we can then push those conversations further. I think I've exhausted what I have on my plate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can go to the plenary now.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you very much, the Director of Transport Infrastructure, ICRC. Well, I want to quickly recognize the presence of the Director General himself and the Chief Executive Officer of the ICRC, Mr. Michael Hiani. Please, let's give him a round of applause. He's got an able director who is, could you please join us here on the podium? Thank you very much. I'll come to you for a few comments in a short while. Please, let me also please quickly recognize the Kaduna State Traffic Law Enforcement Authority under the able leadership of retired Major G.Y. Rimi. Are you in the hall with a member of your team? I think I saw a few of them earlier. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your being here, the head of operations, A.A. Manga, and the head of trading, Mr. Jibrin. Thank you very much. We appreciate what you did in Kaduna State. And of course, being the, ensuring that NITT has a very good home to stay within the school premises. I'll try to be there one of these days, and I can add a bit more to my financial markets and what have you. Okay, let's take the floor, but if you permit me, let me quickly allow the head of the Kaduna State Traffic Law Enforcement Authority to make a few comments very quickly. We have a microphone. Let him open the floor for us. Then, of course, I'll take the Director General of the ICRC as well as other comments. Yeah, please, you have the floor for about a minute.
Okay. The Director General, members of the panels, my colleagues here, my seniors, good morning. The Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, they are just like our teachers or instructors as the case may be. Because in 2020, NITT came in to train my personnel from the management staff down to the last marshal. And actually we have benefited a lot from them. And whenever they have any program such as this, we always try to honor their invitation. And immediately we received the letter from NITT. We feel that it's a duty for each and every one of us to be here, mostly the Castelia. And when I contacted my supervisory commissioner, that is the Commissioner Public Works and Infrastructure, she also obliged to send two of my colleagues here, that is in person of Aliu and then Inua, they are here with us. Malan Nasru Erufai, he has a lot of policies when it comes to transportation, because we have an agency which is called CASTRA, that is Kaduna State Regulatory Agency, which is in charge of regulating all transports in Kaduna State. And I know we are on track, because I know we have discussed at various councils whereby all these, all vehicles plying our roads within Kaduna State should be phased out. And also the rail line will also be constructed within Kaduna State, mostly from Abuja Junction down to Rigachiku, and then cut across Ahmad Bello Way, Alakilu. So I believe Kaduna State is doing very well when it comes to transport. And that's why when we are talking of infrastructure, if you go to Kaduna today, you have seen a lot of changes. We have 35 roads within Kaduna State going on now, which is under urban renewal. And I believe when all these roads are completed, I know so many people either within Kaduna State or out of Kaduna State will surely be happy with the present administration.
Thank you
so much. With the panel, to source money, you have already set the locals, that is the community participation. Community is very, very important in this case, because once it is government money, or maybe individual, maybe the short people, or maybe from the banks, people who are within the community believe that this is not my money, so maintenance of these roads is always a problem. So if we may also contact or go down to the ladder to make sure that community are seriously involved in contributing their money, so they will be surely be able to take care of this. Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate that. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much from Kaduna State. Make sure that the community become part of the stakeholders, put their money where their mouth is and their mouth where their money is. Let me be a bit more gender sensitive. It's about, let me ask Princess Sonny here, please, for just about 1 minute comment very quickly, then I'll come to the center of the hall.
Thank you very much. The chairman, the coordinator of this event, all protocol duly observed. I just want to make a comment because when we're talking of transport, that is part of my core area. As the first female president of Ceuta, and also the first person in transport, because when we are doing transport in those days, people never knew there's something called transport as a course. So what they want to be is the other area. But because of my experience in the industry, I think would like to contribute my own quota. All these things we've been saying all along is, I would say, to have a PPP, because we have what we call organized private sector. I remember when Mr. Ikea was there in those days, that was mass transit. And we have Lagos State Municipal Transport. They were doing very, very well in those days. That was 80s and about 70 years ago. But what actually led us to this level, because you remember private sectors in Lagos, like Oshinawa Transport, who has been managing ancient transporters. We have them in various sectors that they've been managing. Let's say all these people flying Abuja now, Edele Chuku and some other Youngshire Grow and what have you. But the major problem, because even when you have your money to invest, is the will to get that returns that matters. And what we actually lack of is maintenance culture. One thing is to invest, the other one is to maintain. Look at Lekki something. I remember I was there when they started the construction with Okutu. I went there to discuss with them what is the duration period of that project. They said about 20 to 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. But less than 20 years, you know what happened to Lekki during this success something. So how do we recoup that money? Number two, insurance. They are not comfortable. You are talking of bond. Banks, they know all these intrigues. They know all the problems that actually combine with all those things. I remember they talked something of these toll gates. I read it in a paper when the Minister Fashola was saying they are going to some concession, this, that. Now, to invest is not a problem. To get your money back, that is the problem. People will go there overnight to vandalize because they felt everything is government money and they can do and undo. Those are the things. But before we can go to that level, because maintenance, for me, I was thinking of taking up maybe somewhere in this area for this toll gate something, because I'm part of the people that actually recommended when the Zani was there, that instead of turning our road toll gates to be a nuisance, why can't we revalidate that place? Because of security wise. But that time to this time, it's almost 10 years again. We haven't done anything. Now we are coming up. And most of the people that has been dominating most of our projects in Nigeria, they are foreigners. Look at Julius Berger. They came into this country less than 40 years, in early 70s. Today, see where they are. Bacaloni, Imperial, they're all there. So what I'm saying now...
Princess.
Sorry, just a minute. What I'm saying now, as a transporter, we need to study our trend on our infrastructure. Because vandalizing is the key one to what we're saying. To partner with anybody is not a problem. But how do we get our money back?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause. Emmanuel, I got vandalizing. If I'm doing a PPP and all of that, do I have any comfort, a recourse at law and whatever, Mr. Chairman? And of course, how do I get my money back? I haven't put in any money, but if I do, you will have to ensure me with the Director General to be sure I get my money back. And with interest, by the way, if I'm lending you money. The chairman indicates we should take 2 more questions. So I'll take one female, the madam in red jacket, please. Since I don't have women on this side of the hall, I think I should give them the floor more on the other side. And one more comment.
Good morning, distinguished ladies
Yeah,
and gentlemen.
1 minute, madam. 1
Okay,
minute.
okay.
Thank you.
I won't take up to that. My name is Dr. Arit Mpandiok from Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron. My concern is what ICRC does on monitoring. We are encouraging investment from the private sector, but some of these projects go on for too long. I want to be very specific. Calabar to Highway has been under construction since my undergraduate days. So if I, as a private sector person, puts in my money there, how will I recoup when this contract from administration to administration, it keeps going on and on? The East-West Road is the same thing. The projects go on for too long. Even the opportunities of creating SMEs, they are eroded because for 3 to 5 years, the project will stagnate, then it will continue, then it will go back. How can we really invest in this kind of projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Very important project period, completion, and all of that. Very quickly, one more comment. Let me quickly take the gentleman here in shirt. Sorry, after the session, then this particular one, we're going straight to the next session. Very quickly, sir, you have...
Thank you, the moderator. Good morning, all. I want to expand on the existing protocols. I'm taking a leap from the presenter's viewpoint on opening up new models of doing business and sources of funding infrastructure development as the main thrust of this subject for discussion is. And also building on the last speaker of yesterday, Rose, who talked about also creating a kind of new model also, looking at infrastructure plus property development option, and then tying it to the observation made by the Honorable Minister of Transport State, where she observed that probably in getting to alternative solutions, we need to be thinking outside the box. In this context, I want us to look at beyond the HDMI model, you know, the ICRC, and of course the Federal Ministry of Works are working on. Developing countries and emerging nations are today creating options in partnership with regional and state governments, which has effect on promoting development of transport infrastructure. And that is a new model coming up today. I have just I come across it through a study. It is called land swap. So it's the same, similar to the Commonwealth nations and other emerging countries where regional and state governments come into partnership with the central government and develop understandable memorandum where solutions can be added through land swap. That has come today into Nigeria. Bauchi State government is today implementing about 35-kilometer road through land swap. That is an important dimension we have to look at. And basically the old airport, which has constituted over 540 plots, is swapped for developing an intercity, a major intercity road corridor connecting the Jos Road, down to Gombe Road, traversing the city. And today that road is under implementation through a land swap. Another project, a major terminal, is also coming up in Bauchi through, again, discussions are on now through the similar land swap. Kaduna State government, I understand, is buying that understanding, and there are ongoing discussions. So I just want to expose us, as we are looking at alternative avenues. Certainly, this is a new window. We could look at how federal government, that is the central government in our own case, could liaise with the state and the local governments who have the ownership of the lands. And there are so much en masse. Today, there are a lot of companies, indigenous and foreign, who are interested in harnessing our agricultural potential. You could push them in there and get them to also develop a portion of your lands, especially in Lagos can take over that, even Kaduna State. Take, for instance, the Zaria axis, the flyover. We can go into partnership in this area.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your points. Thank you very much. Give me a round of applause, please. Please let me quickly, before I yield, Mr. Chairman, for a few comments. We have also present with us the Chief Executive Officer of the Oyo State Road Transport Management Agency. Give them a round of applause from Oyo State, please. As well as the General Manager, the CEO, Dr. Magajaki Fagwemi. Thank you very much for coming in the audience. Thank you very much. Also, we have Engineer Aliyu Tokor, who is representing the Commissioner of Works and Transport for Kaduna State. Where are you in the audience, sir? Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your coming. Mr. Chairman, I yield to you for you to take a few of these questions, then we'll wrap up this particular session.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think we'll just go straight on to the presenter to respond to some of these questions and comments.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll start with the questions raised by Madam. I think you've said very well, you've spoken very well, and thank you for the efforts that you made those days, which is yielding fruits now. But just to say that for PPPs, some of the fears that you have expressed have all been looked at in coming up with a PPP structure. For instance, some of these items are usually negotiated. Adequate insurance policies are taken. The private sector, like you know very well, which is a space that you understand very well, the private sector will make sure that they safeguard their investments. So whenever they are going into PPP contracts, they'll make sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed, to the extent that they even negotiate some of these clauses and put them in the concession agreement. The example you gave that the toll gate was attacked during SARS, that was not the risk of the private, that was the public sector risk, because the private operator had already left. I'm sure you are aware there was a buyout. They had already left that project. And as you know, the events that happened at that time were mainly force majeure. These were not things that were planned for. So how we manage force majeure risks is also included in those concession agreements. If they do occur, how do you share the risk? These are things that are negotiated between both parties, and they are put in the concession agreement. So that is to answer that. You also talked about insurance, which is tied to that. You said, how do we get our money back if we invest? You get your money back when these assets begin to operate and you manage them and you recoup your investment, making sure that whatever happens, you have made adequate risk-sharing schemes that will not put you in a very bad situation. So PPPs are usually negotiated by parties. Risks are assigned to parties that are better able to manage them, and they are put in the concession agreements so that whatever happens. But don't forget that Section 11 of the ICRC Act gives comfort also to say that no part of this agreement can be arbitrarily cancelled or whatever without recourse to the provisions of the Act. So that sort of gives investors that comfort under the ICRC Act. The other thing to mention, Doctor, you talked about the Calabar-Etuk road that has been ongoing. That is not a PPP road. That is a clear, traditionally procured road. And that is why governments are looking at PPPs as the option. Because each year you put in an amount in the budget to drive a project. At the end of the day, you get less. You put the amount into the project, it is not enough, so you keep rolling over, and like you said, you are correct, it's been there, time and all that. But interesting to note, as part of what we are working on with the Cross River State Government, there is a plan to develop the Bakassi Deep Sea Port together with the highways, the 6-lane superhighway project. That is a PPP that will come on stream. We are still working on the procurement aspect of it. The beauty about PPP is that before you begin to go into development, you already have reached financial close. And reaching financial close means that you have met all the conditions necessary for cash drawdown. It means that the money you will utilize for the project development has already been agreed, and you only draw down as you meet the milestones, whereas in a typical conventional procurement like the presentation did allude to, these are based on government budgets. And like the government budget will never be enough to fund infrastructure assets. So that's the beauty, one beauty of PPP. So that project is not a PPP project, it's a traditional procurement. We are in touch with the state government. We are having project discussions and all that with them, so we know. And then your question is, how can we invest in the project that takes time? Okay, you invest. Somebody said yesterday, and I think the man sitting behind my acting DG said, he used one word. He said, transportation project is not what you do, pack. He used the word yesterday, but what he was trying to say is that it takes a long time. There's gestation. For instance, rail projects. In railway projects, typically, you don't see the private sectors investing in tracks development. It is also always a risk that the public sector will come in, lay the tracks, and they will expect the private sector to come in and bring in the rolling stock to then operate and manage. Even as it is, the Railway Act does not even allow you, private sector, to run it. So there have been moves to see if they can amend that act to give private sector that right to be able to participate in that aspect. So that's what it is. You need time to invest, to recoup your investment. You also need time to make some reasonable returns. With respect to the issue of land swap, interestingly, land swap for us is not a new concept. As a matter of fact, for the prison projects, talking about the correctional service projects, imagine the program of the Nigerian Correctional Service, where they are looking at the existing prison facilities in Ikoyi, in prime areas in Kaduna. Those prisons, at the time they were conceived and built, they were located in interiors. But today, those areas have developed. And the state government and the correctional service leadership, the question they're asking is, how do we relocate these prisons to other places? The only option is to do a land swap. And the way the land swap works is that you get a willing private sector investment who is ready to be assigned a piece of land to develop something, and in exchange for that, you can then take ownership of that. So that's how the land swap. You are swapping the land. There is another land, for instance, if you wanted to do a land swap on the Ikoyi prison, for instance, you will assign a land to the private sector. He will build another prison, okay, for you, tied to other real estate activities, etc. And in exchange for that, you will then come and take over the old prison, knock it down, and then use it for your own investment. And during the period of operation of that new investment, the government also gets some concessions paid to them. So that also encourages the appetite of government to be able to allow the land swap. And I think for the FCT administration, the ICRC had handled similar projects in FCT. Part of 2 or 3 of the districts in FCT, the Katampe district and a few other ones, are presently being developed through the land swap option, where the private sector will be assigned certain space. As a matter of fact, the development of engineering services were done through land swap. So we are familiar with the concept and we are using it. At the same time, some state governments are also, like you observed, using the land swap. I think that is
okay. Thank you very much. Permit me to ask the final question. And this one has to do with, as a fallout of the princess's comments earlier, How do you recoup your investment? Now, in your presentation, you have mentioned the PPP arrangement that is going on for the truck transit parks. And I heard, or rather, there is this, my friend, that wanted to invest in inland container depots and truck transit parks. And we finally discovered that eventually, if he succeeds in securing the transport transit parks, there is the fear of enforcement. Who does the enforcement? Who ensures that these trucks actually park in these premises that has been designated and developed as such? Because some of the responsibilities for this enforcement does not lie with the initiating agency, does not lie with ICRC, and some other organizations. In fact, you may find that there are 2-3 other organizations that are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that these conditions are enforced. For example, with the truck transit parks, maybe Federal Road Safety Corps, the Nigerian Police, and other road security agencies may be required to enforce these things. Are they carried along? Will they do the enforcement? How is this going to work out for the investor?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I think your question is very correct. Who has what role to play? Over the last few years, the ICRC has been part of the ministerial committee working on the truck transit park policy. At the end of the day, if you look at the presentation, we have what is called vehicle transit park policy. Vehicle in the sense that it doesn't include only trucks. You also have other cars, other lorries, etc. So we came up with the name to say vehicle transit park. So if you look at that policy, it assigns specific roles and responsibility to certain agencies. For instance, you mentioned the road safety. We also have other agencies like the Road Transport Union, the Road Transport Users Association, the state governments, the ICRC, the Ministry of Transportation, the Nigerian Shippers Council, and other stakeholders. They all have specific roles. If you go on the highway, for instance, we're looking at the Lokoja Transit Park, for instance. If you get on the federal road and you refuse to park into the transit park, you'll be charged. Your vehicle will be towed. The road safety people are there to do that. Even within the state, there are some local government authorities that have other jurisdictional powers to lock down your vehicle. So we have those things that have been brought into that conversations that we had with the ministry in terms of assigning specific roles to which agency. So I think the moment I think the document now is at the ministerial level. We expect that it will go to the Federal Executive Council for endorsement. Once that is done, it becomes a policy of government that will probably maybe end up with the assembly or so. But at least it gives us a guide as to how we can then. So your friend need not be afraid. You should please invest. We need to decongest our highways of all those trucks. You can imagine the amount of road accident caused by just trucks being left on the highway. People are, as we speak, people are dying. And it's a serious road problem that we need to address as one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the end of this segment of the session. And I would thank our amiable presenter and the discussant, Dr. Aminu, for a job well done. I must actually confess that I did not expect anything less as members of CILT. Thank you very much.
Alhaji Ibrahim, thank you very much. Just hold on a second, gentlemen, for your group photograph. Alhaji Ibrahim, the next session is about the pension. So you are going to be staying back and represent those of us on this age on this side. Then, of course, my Director General of the ICRC is joining us. The Director General, NITT, and the Council Chairman, can you please join them for this group photograph to wrap up this particular session. Then. Thank you, gentlemen. I will be asking Alhaji Ibrahim Jubril to please, the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport of Nigeria, to please stay back, to stay behind, to chair the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I quickly, thank you very much for,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director General. To recognize Mr. Nse Edem, who is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Transportation, Akwa Ibom State. Where are you, sir? Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming from Akwa Ibom State. Alhaji, would you mind to stay back, please, for the next presentation? Thank you so much. You will be chairing the session on leveraging pension funds, the international development partners, to finance transport infrastructure. Those who are 40, 50, and above should listen very carefully to the next presentation. It's going to be delivered by a man who understands how the transport industry works. Professor Bamidele Badejo, who is a former Commissioner of Transportation for Lagos State. Please put your hands together for him. He's of the Olabisi Onabanjo University at Agoiwoye. He is someone who has a whole reach of experience to bring to this presentation. Please put your hands together for Professor Badejo, who, of course, has a PhD from the London School of Economics and Political Science in the UK. And, of course, he's the current Executive Director of the African Research Institute of Transport and Communication Development. Please, let's listen to him for his presentation for the next 20 minutes. Thank you, Professor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to appreciate the invitation by the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology to be part of this program. And I can see that of all the arrays of presenters, I call myself an outsider. Because virtually everybody a public sector breed person. I am not a private sector breed, but I am a teacher. And my responsibility as a teacher is to teach and teach well. Ladies and gentlemen, also permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to advise that information and knowledge is very, very powerful. Most of the issues we have been discussing yesterday are quite germane, but there are a lot of fundamental missing gaps. And probably those missing gaps are probably as a result of our very negligible knowledge of what transport as a discipline, as a profession is. If you talk of transport infrastructure, many of us are only looking at the visible component aspect of that transport. And there are lots of invisible issues that will mar or make your effort in trying to develop the transport sector. The moment those invisible actors are omitted, your effort and program is dead on arrival. The other thing is experience. Many of us will stand and sit in the confines of our offices, believing that what is brought to us are sacrosanct. I have traveled by water from Loko to Sagbama, following local ferry people carrying yams. Since the commissioning of the Barrow Port, I have been to Barrow Port, and I can say that no activity is going on there. The road providing access to Baru Port is not meant for human habitation. So no matter the investment in that infrastructure, the invisible components that will make the infrastructure to work has been omitted. And that is why some of the ICRC, all these public enterprises, fail in their delivery. Secondly, we are very, very much concerned with foreign consultants. Our foreign consultants are only here to do business with you. They don't have the local knowledge. They don't have the language knowledge. They are even going to engage people like us, and they will not give us enough information to give them the real thing to deliver. And when they speak grammar, bring an Oyibo man to you, that is a done deal. The moment we have continuously neglected our local indigenous capacity, we are dead on arrival. Ladies and gentlemen, transport is life. It nurtures life and keeps life going. Transport plays a significant role in the efficient operation of modern societies, and it is often described as the engine of growth. Prosperity and affluence associated with some nations measured by the level of infrastructure development. Let us imagine what it will mean for an individual, a community, or a country if for one day it means that life itself will halt for that period. Workers, including all essential services like medical doctors, nurses, policemen, firefighters, will not be able to get to their various offices to perform their duties creditably. Traders of all varying description too will be unavailable at their various marketplaces. Even the most acclaimed election cannot become a feat, since electoral materials and people cannot get there on time. By extension, the Nigeria experience is a truism and an invaluable companion that transport is very, very important and significant to our life. With it, believed without it, everything becomes scattered, deficient, and therefore the activity functions. We are witnessing that today. Transport is essentially for the economic and social development of it, be it developed or developing. We only focus our transport infrastructure on movement alone, forgetting that transport goes beyond mobility. Transport, when you focus on mobility, you're only focusing on less than 5% of what transport is expected to perform. That is why I said information and knowledge is power. If you lack the information and knowledge, what is the essence of doing that? Unfortunately, in Nigeria, everybody is a possessor of knowledge when it comes to transportation. Everybody. You don't maintain your lane. When we are talking of medical issues now, you allow the medical doctors to do their job. When it has to do with accounting profession, You let those who are grounded in auditing and accounting to perform their job.
All right, we're still here at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Event Center, and we're outside talking and getting opinions and recommendations from our dignitaries. We apologize for that break in transmission. We're going back into the auditorium to catch more glimpse of what is going on in the auditorium. We'll be right back.
What kind of positions do they appropriate to our local indigenous engineers, to our local indigenous experts to perform the job? So we need to be very careful and be balancing. I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot read the document. So I'm a law student, I'm not a law graduate. I can read the documents, but I may not be strong enough to interpret. So there are many people like that. There are little clauses that are placed in it that makes it difficult for us to understand it. That's what we call privatization policy that has just been discussed. We have BOT, we have build, own, operate, we have BOB, own, operate, and transfer. Everybody is just manipulating the world in order to make it suitable to their own agenda. There is the public-private partnership, which describes government service, which describes a government service or private sector ventures relationship. But that alone is a party-party type of relationship. My chairman and president of CILT said that he is not support of pension funds. I want to ask, are you in support of taking the unclaimed dividend to fund government salary? They are not even using it on project. They want to use it to pay salaries. Are the unclaimed dividend, are the people dead or alive? What I'm trying to say is that we need, as professionals, go into what government says he wants to do. And it is our responsibility to advise. The information available to me on pension fund, ladies and gentlemen, shows that for you to assess the pension fund, that's what we call investment decision. How many of us are aware that this investment decision involves major players, National Pension Commission, other principal institutions, pension fund custodians, pension fund administrations, including the investment strategy, investment committee. All this will come together to constitute the investment decision. So it's not a one-man decision. It is this committee that comes together. But ladies and gentlemen, of all this membership of the committee, there is no transport professional, there is no transport expert. So what is happening? They are in a confused state because they don't know how to move forward. So invariably, or if all this, as the Chartered Institute of Transport, you can provide that logistic support, that advisory responsibility. But as my president, I've already said no. I don't know where my capacity lies. Pension fund is a major source of fund. Nigeria, all over the world, all over Nigeria, it is our pension fund opportunities. We have only been able to tap, let me give you the figure. We've only been able to tap 0.21 of an investment of 14 trillion. So it is because all the parameters that are necessary to assess it are in a confused state. Since I have my paper, I think the organizers have promised to send it to every member here present. Take time, my email is here. You can raise questions if you are challenged. Finally, how do infrastructure financing work? The parties to a project finance are sponsors, project managers, lenders, rating agents, off-takers, insurance company, professional advisors, legal advisors, purchase and maintenance contractors, and concessionaires. There is no transport advisory leg in that kind of organization. So how can you shave my head in absentia? Now, the project managers identify the infrastructure gap. ICRC alone, Federal Ministry of Transport alone, cannot identify the infrastructure gap. This is where public engagement, stakeholders, the informal sectors are those that require to be consulted in order to know where the problems lies and where the priorities lie. Recommendation. The most important thing, sir, is to go into data and information generation. If you don't have information and you don't travel wide in order to see what is going on, you are in dilemma. I was just telling someone I went to Gombe by road. I went to Kaduna by road. If it is not my time, it is never my time. So many of you will just be saying, you know, Nigeria is bad. It is an excuse to cover up some of our shortcomings and inadequacies. Ladies and gentlemen, public engagement is the key. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor. You need to take this and take a seat. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bamidele Badejo of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowe. Thank you so much. Let me quickly invite the other two discussants who will have the discussion, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, for 15 minutes only, including the interventions on the floor. Dr. Joshua Adeleye, who is the Director of TRI at NITT. Dr. Joshua, please give him a round of applause. Please join us on the podium, as well as MTM Zango, who is the bursar of the NITT. Thank you. Please join us for a few discussion here. Thank you very much. Alhaji Ibrahim Jibril, the President of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, Nigeria. Please, you have the floor to handle this session for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the speaker, Dr. Badejo, a long-standing teacher who has taken us for most part of his presentation through what transport is and what we need to understand about transport and transportation. And that was very well taught. It brings back the memories of when we were in lecture rooms, and I think that is highly appreciated. Towards the end of his presentation, he addressed the issue of applying pension fund for development of transport infrastructure. But I have not heard him talk about international development partners in detail in this regard. And this is supposed to be part of what we are discussing in this segment. Talking about pension itself, let me put it right. I did not say no to applying pension fund for infrastructural development. I said I'm not comfortable. And I became at ease when the presenter director from ICIC said, there are better funding financing options than dipping your hand into the pension fund. And that was when I became more relaxed. And to be honest with you, my position is based on experiences we have had in the past. Prof made mention of agencies and other role players that will be involved, including PENCOM, pension fund custodians, pension fund administrators. Yes, even in the past, we have had such regulatory agencies and government involved in pension arrangements, and still the pensioners lost out. That is our fear. And all we are saying is that what safety and secured measures are we going to put in place in order to guarantee a beneficial application of the pension fund? We haven't had it yet, and I think maybe the other discussants may be able to address those issues. Because what you want is a secured investment, secured application of the pension fund. Not that we just apply it and we end up. In the past, we have never seen such an approach being successful. Never. And we don't want this one to go the same way. If it is going to be applied, it must be successful. We haven't had that yet, how it is going to be secured, in spite of the fact that we have mentioned all these other agencies and role players in the arrangement. And let us not forget, this fund has to do with pensioners. It's pensioners' money. How come they are either involved in a very minimal way or never at all? How come the pensioner is not part of all these discussions and arrangements? And that means, applying the professor's words, you are shaving their heads in their absence. And that should not be the case. Please, I would want the prof to tell us what are the safety measures and the secured ways that we can apply these funds, pension funds, and so that we will not go the way we have gone in the past. And it is only in that manner that people will be satisfied that the funds will be properly applied and it will not be mismanaged as it was done in the past. I think I will ask the prof to address this first before we ask other discussants to come in. Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You notice that I was doing up, step, and jump in order to catch up with the time assigned for my presentation. Pension Reform Act, as amended in 2014, provides guidelines of allowable investments which pension funds could be considered. In terms of assets and pension funds, where it should be invested, infrastructure debt, securities is one of the asset classes, in addition to government bonds. Other areas where the investment of pensions could go include bonds, treasury bills, equity, and ordinary shares and stocks. We all know what happened to the stock exchange market. Whatever the money of the pension fund there is not as a result of an individual, but of the volatility of the stock market. We all know of treasury bills. Everybody used to run to treasury bills when it was 22, 20. Now, I don't think treasury bills is attractive to any individual. And this is an area where pension funds have also been invested. There's also the money market instruments and commercial papers. And there are global depository notes. All these parameters are taken. Despite not providing fund into infrastructure, the major players, like PENCOM, other principal institutions, have decided as investment decision makers to put the pension fund into bond, into treasury bills, into ordinary stock and shares. Despite the investment decision agreement, the volatility of the industry. Other areas of investment, we call it open or close-ended hybrid investment funds. We have the unit trust, exchange-traded funds, non-interest complaint investment funds, asset-backed security, and so on. Private equity investment, real estate investment, and so many other forms of pension fund. And I'm saying that despite all this, the investment portfolio of the pension fund starts at over 12 trillion naira. The question is, if you have 12 trillion naira in your coffer, and you are just sleeping and waking up watching that 12 trillion, are you comfortable by not multiplying that investment? I now looked at the infrastructure funds. order to convince myself whether this 12 trillion, whether in this 12 trillion, infrastructure in the aspect of transportation are beneficial. And I want to say that the portfolio of pension funds invested in infrastructure projects as at 2021 is 0.54% of 12.397 trillion naira. So the question is there something wrong? Is there not something wrong why the infrastructure investment of pension fund is not problematic? And I'm saying that if you look at the composition of the investment decision, if an organization like NITT is involved, I'm sure the access to those kind of funds will not be at 0.5. Argument. Now, you also said that I did not discuss much about international. At the various options which government access fund for infrastructure. I made mention of foreign direct investment. I made mention of organizations like World Bank, Overseas Development Assistance, African Development Bank, IMF, bilateral and multilateral. All those are international development partners. So Nigeria is already involved with them, and we are also seeing them. We see the Chinese, we see the Italians. All of them are hustling, coming to Nigeria to take advantage of the international development partners. Finally, sir, we are also aware of the Chinese Exim Bank, who are also financing the Katsina Maradi, who also finance the Abuja Kaduna Rail Structure and so on. So these are already existing international development partners. It seems as Nigerians, we are more comfortable doing businesses with foreign development partners than doing businesses with our own local partners.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have Dr. Odele now coming with his comments?
Thank you, Chairman. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, I read through the professor's paper, and it's a well-written paper, especially for those of us who are still new to transport. If you read the paper, you get to understand a lot about the basics of how to fund transportation infrastructure. But from my own point of view, I want to advise that in two ways. For us, putting hands into the pension fund is a good thing to do because it has been done in other parts of the world and is successful. So before we go into doing that, we have to be very, very careful as a nation. And the reason why I say that is that whatever we want to do as regards that fund, it has to be evidence-based. We should have information, data. We need to do more research in which area of our transportation system we need to deploy this fund. And how are we going to do it? What is the problem? Where are the problematic areas in the transport that require using that type of money? Are we sure that we are going to recoup the money having been invested? So what I'm saying in essence is that we need to do more research in that regard before going into spending that money or using that money to develop transport infrastructure. On the other hand, I also want to talk about development partner. There are monies available to develop transport infrastructure with development partner globally. But this money, you cannot access it just as if it's free money. It's not free money. They want to see our effort. They want us to give them information about why do we really need that money. What sort of project are we looking at? For instance, I would like to cite the example of national carbon footprint of our country. I doubt if anybody have that information here. If we have projects such as BRT, Bus Rapid Transit Project, in places like Lagos, the World Bank will want to know what percentage of our commuters are we going to move away from using their personal vehicles to commute to work on daily basis through that project. And if we are able to give them the information, then that will enable them to know that certain amount of carbon emission from this private car will have been off the environment. So, and we cannot do that if we don't carry out research, if we don't have data about the performances of our transport system. Funds are available to develop railways. Funds are available to develop metro lines as well as light rail in our cities to discourage people from using their private car. Funds are also, especially the public-private initiative is now available globally, whereby private money is being deployed into researches into alternative source of energy in transport, especially electric vehicles, solar power. And when you look at our transport system, you ask yourself, as regards energy mix, how many percentage of energy in our airport is from solar, is from battery, is from the conventional source of energy? Or you look at the railway, or you look at our seaport. But if you are able to define a project that shows energy mix, I can assure us that the development partner will want to fund that type of project at the least interest rate. There are even grants on environment issues that we can leverage on as a country. Therefore, just to conclude, I will want to advise state to take a cue from the Lagos state government in what they are doing. They are able to access so much money from World Bank because the project they are projecting has some impact on the environment. All of us are talking about climate change, flooding everywhere. A lot of people are out of job because of flooding. A lot of houses are collapsing because of climate change. But for any transport development that will enable to reduce the impact of climate change, there are funds available. But we have to do our own work. And the starting point is that we need extensive research and data collections to get that done. So I think I can stop here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odele. I think we can take the comments of Mr. M.T. Zango at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is difficult for a professor like Badijo to talk and somebody like me to discuss his paper. However, I have one or two things to add. If we look at the topic, we are all talking about alternative sources of funding transport in Nigeria. The people that have spoken right from the beginning of this workshop have one way or the other brought to light the necessary sources of funding. But what I will add is that we need to segment the transportation sector to to be able to fund it adequately on a sustainable basis, which the workshop is all about. For instance, we need to identify what we need in the maritime sector, what we need under aviation, and of course, road transport system. If we look at this, then we go back to the sources of funding that we are all thinking about. For instance, the international funding agencies and other major funding organizations, governments, and partners in investments can be explored to fund the more intensive investments that we require in the transportation sector for our own development. For instance, the maritime sector needs, if we look at the deep sea ports requirement of the country and the investment that is required to actualize them, then we really know that with our own level of income as a country, we cannot afford to fund these projects adequately for our needs. So this is where the international donors, the partners, and the funding agencies will come in. And then it's now for the government to develop its own favorable policies that will encourage these partners to come in and make investments in Nigeria. One of the major things, of course, is the safety of their environments. If we are thinking of the private sector partners, then we should know that their own basic thing is how to recover their investment within the shortest possible time. So in this case, there is need for government policies that will ensure that their investments are, even if not recovered as early as possible, will continue to benefit them in a major way so that they will have the courage to come and put in their resources into our own investment requirements. Let me say that we need to develop policies for our own local investors who are not as strong as the international ones to also come in and partner in the investment on these required subsectors of the transport sector of the economy. For instance, the CBN needs to set up specific funds, let's say a special transport investment, infrastructure investment fund, which can be made not only accessible and affordable, but also very assuring on the investment of the individual for our own local private sector to participate. This private sector, of course, include our banks and individuals. The financial institutions can be encouraged to make these investments if the conditions are favorable, if there are assurances of the recovery, if the government can guarantee the safety of their investments. So it is all about necessary policies that will encourage the local investors to invest, and then necessary negotiations and involvement of the international funding agencies and sympathizing governments of other countries to come in and assist us in the development of our own infrastructure. In this regard, we'll be talking about big investments, such as, like I said, the deep sea ports, major bridges, and railways. When they come in, we negotiate with them on these lines. Then our local investors should concentrate. We provide favorable policies that will make them invest in road transportation, and other transport aspects of the economy. This, I think, even the pension fund, definitely, if we look at the pension fund, I want to allay the fears of people like the chairman. I am also just about to retire, but I don't have any fear. I don't envisage any problem with the pension funds being invested in infrastructure development. The reason is that majority of the people that are, by policy, by government policy, you don't employ somebody who is above 50 years. So most of the people that are being employed are in their 20s and 30s. So 30s, 40s. So for that reason, these people will continue to contribute their salaries and incomes to the pension fund. So the pension fund is set to continue growing by the growing in employment and growing in incomes of the employees. So for that reason, there is no fear that there will be deficit of paying pension to people like me or people who have retired before me. The issue, the main thing is, what is the security? What is the guarantee that the policy will provide if these pension funds are employed in long-term investments like infrastructure development? So it is just a policy matter that will guarantee everything for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The key word is guarantee. What is the guarantee we're putting in place in order to secure the investment, since the pensioner is not there to monitor it himself? Thank you very much. We'll go to the floor. Are there issues to respond to? Okay, go ahead. Please, 2 minutes for the response. Or why don't you take everything together? I'm the chairman.
Yes,
take
we'll take
everything
just
together.
about, Mr. Chairman, we'll take just two questions, two interventions. And if you permit me, I will...
Okay, I will use my position as chairman to grant 3 because there are too many hands up, okay? But each person should have 1 minute, please.
Okay, sir. Yes, the Director General of the ICRC.
Quick comment. Just wanted to let the Prof know that when we structure any concession project, time for the construction is also factor it in, because the project can only earn stream of income to pay back that loan if it is done on time. That's why it is important that PPP projects don't have cost overrun. The investor is willing to quickly complete the project so that it will earn revenue to pay back the... On issue of pension funds, my own suggestion would be that we can float infrastructure bond. If we float infrastructure bond, it will now be tied, you can now deep hand into the pension using the infrastructure bond. With that, it is guaranteed. I wouldn't advocate that once one has put in his effort and when he retires, he goes home in the cold. I would want it to be tied to infrastructure bond. On final note, on the issue why local institutions are not carried on board when we talk about investment. We do, but what we discovered is that the appetite for local institutions is short-term investment, and there could be mismatch. So, however, as we speak now, we are now encouraged that our local institution, I mean the investment institution, are now going 10 years. So it is not that we don't like local financial institution. It is the the appetite so that you don't have mismatch. You start defaulting before the instrument matures. That's the issue we have to take note. Finally, when the National Integrated Master Plan was conceptualized, designed, and is being implemented, relevant key stakeholders were consulted. That was how we were able to know what is the infrastructure gap and the amount need to finance it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you. I'll take the gentleman there, then we'll take just one more.
Thank you. I'm with my president. I'm afraid. What have we done in the past? This 12 trillion, they can have run it under 1 year. Those who will just award contracts and get away with it. Secondly, I want Emmanuel Onwodi to answer the question. Give me 3 examples of successful infrastructural funding that is repaying itself in transport. I want the DG to give us, not the one that is coming up now, the one you are superintending. Those that are more than 5 years above, that has been able to pay itself. We have symmetries of failures. You put people's money, people are contributing for their old age, and you want politicians and contractors to go and overrun it. It is dangerous. If there is going to be anything at all, let there be an edge. Let there be a bank. Let people go to the, pension board loan to the bank. Let the bank loan to the infrastructural facilities. Excess crude fund, we finished it. Our national savings, we finished it. But give me a transport project that has been able to repay itself. Lastly, in arithmetical terms, people that are paying now are more. Gradually, their number will increase and peak. Then those that will be drawing it down will now start increasing. So the money people are taking now are more, but it's going to continue to, as our bossa retires, as my president retires, the number of retirees will increase. So the exit, the output will be more than input, because there's a limit to which you can continue to employ staff. So the ratio of those that will be drawing it down will be higher than the ratio that is coming in. That is when you will see the gap. That is when the tragedy will come. Our pensioners have suffered enough in this country. We should look for elsewhere. And I repeat, Onwodi, DG, give me example of successful funding of transport infrastructure that has been able to pay itself.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
I think that will be the last comment.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. I think we have run out of time, and that will be the last that we're taking. Please reserve your comments. We're coming to other sessions. Yes. All we're doing is about funding transport infrastructure.
Sorry, gentlemen, please.
GM.
Please, don't crowd here. It's not.
The moderator is... you can reserve your questions, and at next segment, at least you can say them. Please, moderator, try and see that the other people that have not been accommodated will come in at the next session.
Yes, some of the issues don't go into the next one.
Okay.
Into the next presentation and the next one.
Okay, good explanation. So on that note, I think we will round up. We will thank the professor for a good presentation and responses, and other discussants who have made good presentations here. But we will take just 3 minutes to respond to the 2 questions that were asked.
I want to appreciate the DG providing some information. But I want to say that those information are not satisfactory enough to justify in 2006, when Obajana was being constructed, I was the GM, Research Planning and Environment at NIWA. I approached the minister, Dr. Sekibo, and I told him, from Obajana to Goloja Jetty in Lokoja is 22 kilometers. Why don't you add a rail leg from Goloja and from Obajana and develop the Goloja Jetty? We prepared a feasibility report on Goloja Jetty and its potentialities. That was my first water trip from Lokoja through Koto Karufi to Luko in Nasarawa until that overhead bridge that was recently completed. If you are very familiar with Kaba Junction, when you are going towards Benin, the road is terrible on that lane. And when you are coming from Benin, the lane is better. So you think the journey is faster. No. It's because on your way down, there are numerous potholes. Same way, when you get to Kaba, and you are coming up to Kaduna, the lane inward Abuja is terribly bad.
Okay,
there are
Prof, we have run out of time.
Trailers loaded with cement that are going at that junction. You can imagine if you have transferred that to the rail and developed that one. I will say more than that.
Sorry, Prof.
That
Thank
is to
you.
say that our infrastructural planning is only one-legged. I said there are a lot of invisible things, and we need to look into that are often not considered in our planning. Finally,
thank you.
To the case of Professor Odewugi, all the monies invested in stock exchange at our pension funds, all the monies that were invested in bonds that were pension fund, all the monies that were invested in treasury bills that were pension funds, what is the outcome? Are they not monies that have gone into the trade?
No. They have reduced return on investment, but they have not lost their money.
But no.
It's a reduced return on investment, but the money is still there.
You see, when you talk of pension fund, it is not an individual. It is not an individual.
Return.
And I can tell you, okay, don't let us.
Prof, I think we should leave it there. And at least as pensioners, we know what is happening to our money, and we know the pitfalls, and we need to provide for safety measures. And you can't shave my head in my absence. Let me know what you are doing. Thank you very much. On this note, we thank the professor and other discussants. We have come to the end of this segment. Thank you very much. And
give them a round of applause, please. We will move straight to the next panel and the next presentation. Please, Director General and Chairman, please join them for this group photograph very quickly. Because the next presentation by the Director General of the Debt Management Office speaks to some of the issues around the pensions and the structure of finance that has been used by the government for and the private sector, what has been brought together. So the DMO, Director General, will give us a whole lot more clarity on that. Thank you very much, panel members. Thank you very much, Alhaji Ibrahim Jibril, the President, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you, my Director General. We are not having tea break today. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocols. Please permit me to quickly introduce as Chief Speaker for this particular session, China Belt and Road Initiative and other international development initiatives, risk and prospect analysis. The Director General of the Debt Management Office is a number of times misquoted because she holds a very difficult position. The one who is in charge of spending money hardly gets misquoted, but she's the one in charge of borrowings. So people tend to ask her, why are we borrowing? Are we borrowing too much? Are we borrowing too fast? Who are we borrowing from? And all of that. But when folks collect at the other end, her questions are hardly asked. So I understand what you face, madam, sometimes when some of us do try to find out if it is 80 billion, what we're borrowing, what are we borrowing for. So she's the one who's always have to work with the Minister of Finance to explain to Nigerians. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Patience Oniha, the Director General of the Debt Management Office, to give us this lead presentation and explain to us some of the workings of the, yes please, this way madam, of the DMO and how it fits into transport infrastructure. Please, another round of applause for her, please.
Permit me to stand on existing protocols, and secondly, to commend the NITT for organizing this workshop. I wish I could have stayed here the whole of yesterday and probably for the rest of today, so that I'll get a good grasp of the issues that have been discussed, because we can't talk enough about transport. We have to keep talking about transport. But having said that, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. In my case, the topic is China Belt and Road Initiative versus other international development initiatives, risks and prospect analysis. So it's not a lecture, it's a quick PowerPoint presentation, and I'll just speak to some of the key issues and be available to take on some questions that you may have. But before I do that, let me acknowledge my friend, an intellectual himself, Bosin, for the kind introduction that he has made. He's put me on the hot seat a few times, so I think he was just trying to pay back. Put me on his hot seat several times to explain, some at very short notice, but all for good. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know if, okay, good, it can be projected. So the topic that has been chosen is an interesting one, and I think straight away we will say that Nigeria is not the only country that is curious about China. The whole world, whether developing and advanced, they're curious about Nigeria for various reasons. And in the Nigerian case, I think from 2019, we've had very hot debate and discussions around China. What is China doing? They're all over Africa doing A, B, and C. So maybe today, we'll just be able to present some highlights and then take the questions you have from there. So let's start by talking about the China Belt and Road Initiative. Okay, good. So this was an initiative that was launched by China in the year 2013. And the major objective is to promote international cooperation through policy, infrastructure, trade, financial and people-to-people connectivity. So let's just say this was a vision. By way of background, China for several years had set itself to be, I won't use the word, those days we will say superpower, an economic giant, and they have been actively working towards it. So at some point, actually, they became the country with the second largest GDP in the world. It was a journey. So all of this fits into their overall strategy of being China, being a strong country politically, whether it's at the UN, whether it's in terms of its people across the world, its investments and influence. So the BRI, as I would like to shorten it, is one strategy for achieving that objective, and that's how we should see it. So clearly, if we look at the objectives, they're interested in technology, so we know what they're doing with technology, ICT, as well as here. They're interested in infrastructure, so we know what they're doing with us on roads and rail, for instance. And of course, they're interested in trade. So that is the strategy they're running with to achieve their overall economic and political objectives. And we can see it happen when things happen around the world, there must be a comment about what is China's position on this, what is China doing. So it's a vision that they are running with. Okay, so that's the objective, and we can see them in Nigeria, implementing these objectives. In terms of concept, really, what is the Belt and Road Initiative about? It is basically, I would say, an initiative through which China is providing funding to various countries in order to achieve this objective. So they're investing through various means. So if you look at their setup, they have a China Exim Bank, they have a China Development Bank, they have Sinosure. All these are national institutions positioned to support the government's political and economic agenda across the world. Okay, so not just within China. They want to be an economic giant, and they've created institutions and are enabling the institutions through funding to achieve those objectives. So not only are they using development finance banks, as we call them, China Exim, China Development Bank, they're even also using some of their commercial banks. So I think at the last count, I'm told China's largest commercial bank, ICBC, is probably the largest in the world. So there's a vision they're running with. Okay, and in spending this money, it is really based on transport corridors from China. Okay, so they're looking at extensions, Europe, Asia, and Africa. I think before I leave this page, I should talk about what the money is that is on the table. So the money is 1 trillion naira, which they plan to spend over 10 years. 1 trillion US dollars, forgive me, they don't spend naira. Okay, so that's a lot of money. And like I said, it is backed by a vision. A lot of money, but it is over 10 years, not all at once, starting from 2017. I think one of the things we shouldn't be shy of talking about is that while they are looking at Europe, Asia, and Africa, clearly we're in Africa. And we talk a lot, the Nigerian media also talks a lot about what China is doing in Africa. This is what they did in Tanzania, this is what they did in Kenya. So Africa is a focus, is one of the focus areas for China. So what is it in it for them? Under this BRI, what is in it for them, what is in it for us? We've talked a bit about what is in it for them. So if we look at the, okay, I've skipped that page. Can you move? Who is operating it? Okay, good, this is brilliant. Okay, so what is in it for China? You don't put $1 trillion dollars on the table and not want to get some benefits. So for them, they want access to natural resources. As you know, it's a huge country with a large population, with also a large capacity for manufacturing, for processing. So they need access to natural resources, oil, gas. We know all of the story, all the things they're looking at, whether it is solid minerals, they're interested in all of those. Okay, so they also want to use this, the BRI to promote their national interests. Okay, so they want to be able to say we have trade relationships, business relationships with XY countries. We know what that does when it comes to regional voting or being at the United Nations and all of that. So there's an objective. So that helps them to achieve that objective. But they also, and that is extremely good for where we are, they want to use it to diversify the economy. We know it's a country with a large population, right? I don't know if it's now less than 1 billion, but those days we used to quote 1 billion. So they started with labor-intensive industries, but they're also a manufacturing hub. I'm sure most of us know that even when we buy things abroad, we see them made in China. Okay, so it's a strategy they're running with. They want to be able to have a market where they can export their products, and I'm sure we can see it. Okay, those many years ago, people used to not look at them as they would look at the US or Germany, for instance. So with this, they want to upgrade their profile. Okay, so for us as Africa, and that's one of the things I'd like to leave on the table, it's not that they've come to our country or other countries in Africa to take over the things we have, take our jobs and take all our minerals. There's some benefit in it for us. The first one is, they're supporting us with our infrastructure. Like we said, the money is available for infrastructure, it is available for trade and investment. So we also have commodities that we export to them, as well as them supporting our infrastructure. So we know, for instance, so there's a lot I've said there about infrastructure, and I'm glad the audience we're talking about here has one or two things to do with transport. The reality is that for some of the transport infrastructure that we need to fund, some of them are high risk, even now heightened more with security challenges, but they're also not those types that will generate revenue and all of that. So but China is willing to support projects like that. So we see them in huge infrastructure. I don't think I need to speak too much about the Abuja-Kaduna Rail or the ones that were launched in the South-South, as well as the Lagos-Ibadan. So we can see that influence. So we have those sort of huge projects that they finance. And we as government always say we want to provide infrastructure to the people. So we're benefiting from them in that regard. And then for countries in Africa, it is an alternative source of funding. What used to happen before, we either are borrowing from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, or we're borrowing commercially, as in the case of Nigeria and some other countries, we go to the international capital markets and issue Eurobonds. But we now have an alternative source of accessing capital, long-term, of 20 years tenure, to finance infrastructure. So that is also a plus for us. So you can say it's a win-win. We can't at this point say who is winning, but it is benefiting both parties. So that is general about the BRI. I think we should use this time to talk about Chinese loans to the Nigerian government. Okay, so Nigeria started borrowing from China actually not too long. Like we said, this is a strategy, a Chinese strategy, the BRI, that is not so old. And as at March 31st, I've just put the data there. As at March 31st, the total loans we have from China is a little over 3.40 billion US dollars. Okay, to put it in context, so you would have heard that, oh, Nigeria is borrowing too much from China, they're coming to take over our assets. The reality is that if you look at the total loans we have from China, that includes the Abuja-Kaduna Rail, the Lagos, everything. It's actually less than 4% of the total public debt. So we are not as dependent on loans from China as is sometimes presented in the public space. Okay, so the China loans are obviously external loans, they are foreign. Okay, so if we look at just our external debt stock, we'll see that as at March 31st is the latest, the June figures will soon be out. The total external debt is about $32.86 billion. And China accounts for less than 10% of that. Okay, so this is to give us a sense of proportions and maybe help us to be more informed when we're talking about China loans. What's the attraction of the China loans? We already said the finance infrastructure, some that are high risk, and we definitely need the infrastructure. Okay, so but there are some good things as well. The loans are concessional, extremely below 2.5% per annum. That's the interest rate. They're also project tied, and that is what we should be using borrowing for. And indeed, that's what the Fiscal Responsibility Act says we should do. So they are tied to projects that we can all see and which provide benefit to the citizens. The tenure is 20 years, so it's not an overdraft that you have to start struggling to pay within a short term. And then we have a grace period on principal of 7 years. So you take a 20-year loan, for 7 years you're paying only principal, the remaining 13 years you're paying only interest. The remaining 13 years you begin to pay back the principal. So this is the type of funding that you need to finance infrastructure, because you need time to build before it becomes operational and begins to generate revenues. So the loans are all concessional. We need to make that clear. We will not be shy of talking about the risk. We've had, okay, they've taken over projects in Zambia, in Tanzania, and all of that. And then the issue around, meaning the projects that they financed, they took them over because those countries couldn't pay. There are also talks about sovereign immunity. Oh, China will come and take over Nigeria because we don't have immunity if we default. So we'll just speak to that in two short narratives. The first one is that if you look back, go back to when Nigeria exited the Paris Club in 2005, we've not defaulted on debt service. So we always pay our debt service. So and it's in the budget, so it's not on a best effort basis. It's actually in the budget. So we know what the debt service is, and there's a seamless process for servicing debt. So we have not defaulted in debt service. So the risk of us not paying debt servicing the debt and the asset being taken over is low. We also have loan agreements that are cleared by the Ministry of Justice. So apart from approvals through the Federal Executive Council and the National Assembly, loan agreements are cleared by the Ministry of Justice. So we are reasonably protected. And if we remember when all the talk about sovereign immunity was going on, the Attorney General came out to make a statement and the Chinese embassy also came out to make a statement. So this is just to say, let's have information when we are talking about China loans. Okay, so listed also on that slide are the projects that these loans of 3.4 billion US dollars have been used to fund. I'm sure a few of us can identify some around us. The Abuja airport is one. You know, the international wing where we travel is one. There's some work done also at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. If you look at Enugu, there's so much. So that's what I was saying. You can see what is being done with those funds, and we are all users of those facilities. So this is the story about China loans to the Nigerian government as of today. What projects, how much, what terms, and what are the risks? Okay, but would I say subtitle of this paper is about the risk and prospects of the BRI. So rather than talk about prospects, I left the title like that. I chose to call it benefits. So prospects means, is there a future chance of getting anything from there? Well, certainly we're already enjoying some things from there, as has been described. And so are also many other African countries, whether it is Ghana. So it's not only Kenya and Tanzania, many countries in Africa. But the point I'm making is we have a process for approving loans and also for the documentation. So I put it there as benefits. It can also be interpreted as prospects, if that is more appealing. So for the BRI, what are the benefits? The first one really is that they are concessional. So if you can get loans at a very low rate for a long tenure, it makes the debt service easier, right? And it takes less of your revenues to service the debt. So they are concessional, they are a perfect match for infrastructure financing. So the other benefit of the China loans is that they are very supportive of infrastructure financing. When we get to the other alternatives, because we talked about alternatives, so those alternatives will be the World Bank, the African Development Bank, largely the Islamic Development Bank, and the other parties that lend to Nigeria. We'll see where the differences are between the two. So with China, they are very supportive of infrastructure financing. All we need to do is identify the projects. We identify the projects ourselves. The costing is also us. Once they are approved and contracts are awarded, we then begin to arrange for financing. Okay, so the reality of the fact is, if we look at Nigeria today and many other countries, not just in Africa, but in other developing countries, you will see that China is becoming, or has become rather, a major source of funding for infrastructure. And we'll tell you what the other lenders typically do. The other point also is that there's a strong focus on Africa. And like I said, it is a win-win. So we benefit and they benefit. You can't say, why are they focused only on Africa? They're not focused only on Africa, they're focused also on Asia and Europe. But we know that Africa is one of the focus areas. It means they're interested in us, and it's a good thing. Excuse me. They are the world's largest official bilateral creditor. Okay, bilateral means country by country, country to country basis, as opposed to the multilateral like the World Bank that is owned by the whole world and all of that. Can I get some? No, thank you. Okay, so they are the largest official bilateral creditor in the world. In fact, last year when there was some initiative to extend, to provide some debt service relief, China had to be negotiated significantly because of their role. But they're improving their processes so that they can be more multilateral than bilateral. So what are the risks? We can't say everything is good about the loans from China. We can't say that. So the first thing I have said there is, so the risk can be the problems or the challenges. So it's backed by a political agenda. We can't deny that. Thank you very much. And the political agenda is that China wants to become an economic giant, and we can see them achieving that. Okay, so they're also competitive in their lending, meaning we want to push out as much funds as possible. We want to compete with the other lenders who typically provide or have typically provided lending to Africa. They're extremely competitive on that, so they're very upfront, and you can see that they're quick about that. Okay, so the other risk, again, I put it there just to say it's not proven. We heard they've taken over assets in some country, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Kenya. Those are the three countries we've heard. I know that as a DMO, we reached out to our counterparts in some of those countries, and the feedback is different from what is reported in the media. Okay, so the other risk that you will say is that it's focused on mutual benefits, like I say, and profits. They are not doing it for free. Yes, they have a political agenda, but it has to make sense. And I think this is where we have had concerns from the public. So they typically like to lend money to you by way of export credit arrangements. So what does that mean? They will import equipment from China, they will import materials from China, then a good number of the workers will also be from China. That's what it means. That's why it's called an export credit facility. That's how it operates. So most of us, we say, why are Nigerians not building the roads? Why are they not building the rails? Of course, there are Nigerians employed as well, but this is the structure of export credit facilities, whether it is from Europe or the US EXIM. So the US also has a similar institution. So that's the downside, as it were, that maybe some things you can get there. Because the package in the loan agreement, you have to run with that. The world has not been, not all parts of the world, they have not been too nice on Chinese lending. But we don't have evidence from our own part that we take those loans without knowing the terms and conditions, or there's no agreement. So when you hear people talk about Chinese loans, you would think they just come and give you the money and invade your country. That's not what it is. In the case of Nigeria, proper contracts are awarded by the Federal Executive Council. And when it comes to the loan, we negotiate the loan. We go to FEC for approval, go to the National Assembly before the agreements are then also vetted by the Ministry of Justice before they are signed. So we don't have issues of not knowing what we have entered into. So if we look at other international development finance, like I said, what are the risks and benefits when we compare them to that of China? The institutions we are talking about here, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and to some extent the Africa Export-Import Bank. Okay, all of these are lenders to Nigeria as well as to other countries. So what's the risk? Let me start by saying, as a borrower, you want to be able to access funding from more than one source. So you won't say, because these ones are not long-term, I will not take. If it fits your need, you will take it. And if you have several sources, then you're not too dependent on one. Like I said, with China, it's extremely low, as it were. Okay, so if the more sources you have, the better for you. Nobody can come and twist your hand or ankle and hold you to ransom. It's widely spread. So we are also borrowers from those sources. One of the benefits of any of those institutions that I mentioned is that they have different structures, pool of funds available to you. The cheapest, of course, is the one that comes from the International Development Association. As we speak today, to the best of our knowledge, that is the cheapest form of financing available, where it is 0.25. That is from the World Bank. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, these are arms of the World Bank. So that is slightly more expensive. Then they also have loans that they give you on commercial terms. Believe me, not all of them are concessional, including the African Development Bank that is here. Then sometimes they give you a combination of concessional or cheap. Let me use the word cheap in case that concessional is sounding too technical, and commercial. So when you put the two together, you still get a moderated rate. So the fact that you have different pools to tap into with these other lenders is a good thing. The other thing they do also very well, I don't think the Chinese are doing a lot of that yet, is they provide you with technical capacity, okay, to support what you are doing, not for free. That is usually also packaged in the form of a loan. Sometimes it can be a grant, but since we became middle income, low middle income, grants are not on the table. But importantly, they provide you with guarantees that are very well acceptable, where the private sector decides to support the government in financing infrastructure. They provide guarantees to give comfort to those investors, meaning you can finance this project, raise your funds. We're giving you a guarantee on behalf of the government. So lenders, other lenders, whether commercial banks, like EcoBank here, the MD of EcoBank is here. When they see a World Bank or an IFC guarantee, they're happy to do the transaction. So it's not just government, there's a bigger and stronger name behind us. And of course, it also ensures that we behave properly too when they've given us a guarantee. So that is very good. And on the part of the DMO, really, and the government, this is the way we want to go. We can't keep borrowing to finance infrastructure. If the private sector will finance it, and they need some form of comfort like guarantee, either from Nigeria or from international institutions like this, we're happy to look at those. Again, like I said, the IDA loans are more concessional than Chinese loans, so that is a plus. It's a good thing. The next point I'm going to talk about is a good thing and is also a weak point. They were focused on social development, so they talk about reforms, capacity building, all of those. You can't say this World Bank loan built that bridge or that railway or something. So they are soft loans. But what they do for us as a people is that they help us with the human index, the quality of life, all those things that they use to assess a country. And where it is reforms, they help us get better as a government in terms of how we carry out activities. Like I say, it's a plus, but it can also be seen on the other side as a weakness. Those loans come also with conditionalities, let's use them, that the government must meet. So it enforces some discipline. So that is a good plus. And then what is good among these official lenders, international development finance institutions, they tend sort of to have agreed amongst themselves, this is how we will lend, these are our standard formats and all of that. So you know what they're dealing with. So it's fairly unified. So what are the risks? I think there are two major ones. Actually, we highlighted three here. Maybe I should say all three are important. Because these are big institutions lending across the world. They have limits on what they can give you, no matter how much you need, and what activities you need to do is limited. So the probability of you getting everything you want is low. The second point also is that the timeline and process for approving the loans are very lengthy. And with some of them, like the World Bank, is only the board of the World Bank that can approve a loan, the full board sitting offshore. So it can take a long time. If you miss one meeting this quarter, it can take you either another quarter or another 6 months and all of that. So if you look at us, for instance, last year, we needed $1.5 billion US from them to support the budget deficit. We've been going through one process after the other. We still haven't got the money, and this is 2021. So they are giving us some conditions, but it takes time. Okay, so that timeline can make you lose an opportunity or delay growth and development. Okay, the other issue that I mentioned is they're really not, at this point, focused on infrastructure. They are more of soft issues. I'm rounding up. Yeah. Okay, so the last slide actually is a summary. What are the imperatives of Nigeria when we look at the BRI as well as other sources of lending? This is really a summary. You know this one already. Nigeria has a huge infrastructure deficit. Okay, that's one. We need to improve the quality of lives of people. But the second one is really, we all know that infrastructure is one way to growth and development. What does it do? It increases production, it increases trade, and then it creates jobs. Okay, so the third point is that the government needs to borrow, and there's a lot of, has to borrow, given our revenue profile, to fund infrastructure. Okay, and really the Fiscal Responsibility Act actually says we can only borrow to finance infrastructure and human capital, but in exceptional cases, we can go back to the National Assembly for approval. So as it is, we have to borrow to finance infrastructure projects. So China loans are a good source of such loans. Our current revenue and debt service profile means while there are opportunities to borrow, we cannot just keep borrowing because it will hit your debt service to revenue, which is what we're experiencing now. You'll be using a significant part of your revenues to service debt. That means really where we should be going is the optimal strategy, where the government should consider making the financing of infrastructure projects by the private sector more attractive. So the technical language we use is to de-risk those projects. Why would the private sector not take on this project? Even when we say we want to concession some things like the airport, it takes us like 2 years or 3 years. What can we do? So the language is to de-risk them. But in simple terms, it means make them more attractive so that the private sector can participate in them. And if what they need are guarantees from government or from the World Bank or IMF, those are available. That way, it is not a borrowing on the part of the government. So that is the ideal, and that is what I'd like to leave on the table. Thank you very much.
Let's give her a more round of applause, please. A bigger one. It's not easy to be in charge of a debt management office. You know, when the name of your office is debt, you know, people want to go to the accounts office, collect money. But when you say debt office, nobody wants to go to patient's office. So we understand how difficult your job is. But thank you very much for those very nicely well put, well explained where we are as far as the debt management office. Let's add the financial institutions and the private investors. This is the man everybody's been waiting for. He's the banker in the house. And everybody believes the commercial banks have the money. Of course, EcoBank operates in about 35, 36 African countries. So they have both dollars, they have naira, they have the CFA franc, they have all kinds of currencies. So if there's any man who can take you from here to Niger, to Chad, to Burkina Faso, wherever you want to go, to Congo, talk to Patrick Akimuton. He has a pulse that can help you any currency you want in any country you want to operate. Put your hands together, please, for Patrick Akimuton, the Managing Director of EcoBank Nigeria and the Regional Executive. Please, you're giving us the next presentation right away. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Percy. When I looked at the agenda and I looked at when I'll be presenting, I knew it was going to be a tough job. After hearing so many erudite speakers and professionals and men of timber and caliber and women presenting ahead. But I'm in good company this afternoon with my sister, who we've been professional colleagues together at EcoBank many years ago when she was our treasurer. So she's been on the side of making money. So she's just balancing by handling the debt side of the equation. Now, she used to provide the funds for us to lend out patients, and expectedly, she's set out her part of the presentation so eloquently. I think we should still give her another round of applause. First to thank NITT for putting this together. The big boss is here himself. Thank you very much. And stand on existing protocols. My job here is essentially to just give an overview of how we as financiers or in the finance sector look at what is going on both in the infrastructure and in the transport sector, and particularly for our country, Nigeria. So I will try to run through global infrastructure outlook, state of infrastructure in Nigeria, where we should focus. You know, for us, in the financial industry, money is fungible. So money looks for where more money will be made. Irrespective, you want where the money is going to make more money, period. Private sector funding availability, and what exactly the private sector is doing, including the banking industry. So very quickly, we do know that infrastructure is big money. and globally it's about a $73 trillion business. We just had patients talk about $1 trillion between China and Nigeria only. So it's a big investment area. The leading economies in the world, be it the US, China, and India, you find out that the percentage of GDP allocated to infrastructure is always higher than the actual GDP growth rate. So it means that it is a driver of GDP growth rate, and that's what is shown. What's the horizon into 2040 globally? Because before we start talking of whether we would support financing here, you want to know what's the global picture. We see an investment gap of about $15 trillion over the next 20 years. So the finance industry globally is keen on what is happening in infrastructure. And let's deconstruct that into what parts of infrastructure. So you have road, rail, ports, airports, power, water, telecoms, all playing. Excuse me, do I do the, Boston, do I do the moving the, yes. Thank you, so I don't lose. Just go to the 5th slide. So you have road, rail, ports, and airports constituting 41%, which means power at 30%, water at 14%, and telecom. So transport is where it is. So rightly put for today's event. In Nigeria, we've made some progress on areas that you would still call, be it social infrastructure, economic infrastructure. So access to finance, we're seeing progress higher than the previous growth rate. So while KGA is 2.4%, year-on-year trend is now at 5%, but we're still about 45% banked. Telecom penetration, we know what runaway success that has been. Year-on-year growth of 11% versus KGA of 5.8%. Power production, we struggle there, even though better than last year, but at 4,886 megawatts, we know that that is much, much lower than we need in our country, and that still has a major investment gap. Transport, which we're talking of, got hit in terms of GDP and contribution because of COVID. If you, I would like, okay, just because I need to move fast. And so you see on slide 8, so that it's easy for you, you see the impact of COVID, which has really made the transport sector's GDP trend negative, but that's actually opportunity for a new growth. So for us as investors, we not only see the red, we see the opportunity to support. But you look at the level of contribution of transport to GDP in Africa, Kenya at 7.9%, Ghana at 5.8%, China at 4.4%, the UK at 3.3%, we are at 1.2%. Again, showing the kind of opportunity that the industry provides. Although the transport industry accounts for 74% of PPPs currently funded in Nigeria, it also represents the largest investment gap, and I think I've shown that. What I would like to go to is, so where should we focus? Because I've listened and followed the discussions between yesterday and today, but for the financing world, there's need to have clarity about where is Nigeria focusing. Because every other thing is going to follow that. Where is Nigeria focusing? And there are some basic things that I think as Nigerians we need to really ask ourselves. So, is it where the retail cost of participation is lowest? Is it where the potential for economic transportation is highest, or transformation? Is it where the potential for financial returns is highest? Is it where we have the biggest capital requirement? Or is it about efficiency? A country of 200 million people must pay particular attention to efficiency, because failure to have that means we can't scale. Whatever you do that does not have efficiency is a lost leader in a highly populous country as we are. So the benefit of being high population is to be able to operate at scale. To operate at scale, efficiency is critical. Safety is very important, again, when it comes to the stakeholder side of life. Whatever you invest in that a lot of people get killed each time in is a problem area, and nobody really wants to go into that area. So when you look at high-performing countries, be it the US, again, I use US, UK, China, India, and I compare to Nigeria, you look at the level of rail line coverage within their transportation industry. So we see that rail lines kilometer 150 versus it's 1.5% in the US. In the UK, 6.7%. We all know the UK is synonymous with rail, right? Okay, so in China, 0.7%, and given their big population and land mass, India, 2.1%, we're at 0.4%, which shows that for the size of the country, our rail density is the weakest. And so when we talk of, which I will talk about later, what is our big picture? What are we trying to achieve? And therefore, where should be our priority? The same thing you'd see in terms of comparing rail to road investment. So the US, you can see on the graph, that's on slide, 14. On slide 14, please. So you would see that the US, significant investment, UK, China, but when you come to Nigeria, you see the gap. You can't even see the bar. So there's real opportunity in these areas. And globally, rail has also been proven to be cheaper, safer, and more efficient. You look at passenger deaths caused by rail and by road, the difference is very clear. Efficiency in haulage business. We talk of a country of large land mass, and we talk of industrial hubs, be it for agriculture, be it for education, be it for health, be it for tourism. We really need to take rail very seriously. And that's why I used the rail. And I saw that NITT on your web is actually a rail track, so thumbs up to NITT. That's understood. What we now need to see is how we actually bring that to the forefront of attractiveness for the investing public. And in terms of trade, which is the next thing in terms of employment and the ability of Nigeria, we always say Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. Well, that's a statement. I see it as a picture. But what we should be looking at is, where is this film? Where is it playing to? This video. What is happening going forward? Those who keep looking at pictures are likely to be left behind. The challenge is, where will Nigeria be in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years? If I fast forward, you pick Dubai, which is probably the same age as Abuja, for those who can pick those years. They were very clear about creating the world best in certain things: hospitality, services, infrastructure. And the play of Dubai is infrastructure. Dubai is infrastructure personified. But they do not say we are trying to do infrastructure. They actually sell a value proposition that the entire stakeholders, including anybody resident there, is willing to associate with. And then investment follows, and infrastructure follows. And so, for us to be the economic hub of Africa, not first largest economy, the economic hub, where if you are not in Nigeria, you are not in the economy of Africa. That should be our rightful place. And once we define that, then we can start to mobilize the kind of investments, because everybody wants to play in the best economic hub, because that will translate to the returns that will be the questions from a financier. But that big picture needs to be emphasized. So we have AFTCA,
And God has blessed us in Nigeria. Not only do we have River Niger, River Benue, and the confluence and down, we also have the Atlantic Ocean, we have the Lagos Lagoon, we have everything to compete with Singapore. Why won't we be the better Singapore of Africa? We have Lomé Port competing with us. We have Cotonou Port competing with us. Those are jobs. So when we say stakeholder and people are upset about toll gate and NSAS, it's because of the gap. There's very little connection to this is going to lead to my being able to be economically strong. And that connection has to happen. Because when we start to talk as financiers that, okay, political instability, are we sure that vandalization, I listen to that, are we sure that will not happen to our investment? There has to be a bigger picture. For us to do agric, it has to be that it produces. Most of our agric now is produced to lose. And if you produce to lose, you'll be an angry person. It's just emotional. You do all the work, and you see your item just go down the drain. So if somebody talks of right pricing of fuel, in fact, you are just going to, because you're just watching what has been all your investment going down. So what have other economies done? They prioritize the ports. Being the economic hub means that we have to be very good in marine, in sea, in ports business. It's so straightforward. So what I will do is go on quickly to slide 23, where what is the typical composition of private sector participants in infrastructure financing within Africa. It's proven it's about 72% average from the private sector, and public sector about 28%, because the larger role of public sector is to de-risk the investment that the private sector will get into through various means. And because they have the force of state, and they're able to provide an enabling environment and limit themselves to guarantees and very little seats so that the private sector can move forward. And what is the typical kind of mix in the bucket? Debt will typically be in the 60 to 70% range because it's a more efficient use of capital than equity. Equity will typically be between 10 to 30%, 30 at the highest, 10 at the base. And then you have in between mezzanine type of financing generally, and it's important to keep that in mind. I have up here on slide 27 a classic cycle from early stage to growth stage to maturity stage, but I will not dwell there. I would go to the next one, the fundamentals for great private sector collaboration and participation. One, there has to be a clear roadmap. So where is the country heading and why should I invest there? Two, how does the transportation sector connect economic hubs? It should be easy for any of us, and I think NITT can take that role, to just have a slide that just shows this is how the transportation connectivity translates into economic growth or making us the economic powerhouse for Africa. How does it unleash massive economic value, employment, wealth creation, and all that? How does it plug into the global economic trends, AFCA, technology, telecoms? I was in Rwanda some 10 years ago in my work in EcoBank, and there was fiber connectivity all the way from Kigali to Gisenyi. Gisenyi is at the border of DRC into Goma. There was fiber connectivity, and it drove the productivity of the farming hubs all along the way. One of the things I have always felt a rail network should provide is the right-of-way for fiber connectivity across Nigeria. It comes automatically, and it should be packaged as part of that unleashing the economic value. Our young ones today, if they had cheaper broadband, they'll be very happy with their country. Most of the money that they use now to just buy airtime to be in touch with the world, it will be near automatic that you have access to the world.
And that can unleash various other things, including their creativity in the technology space and become a technology hub for delivering services globally. Clear incentives to attract the private sector, be it the tax incentive, rule of law, and respect for economic rights. I don't think I need to overemphasize that, but that is absolutely critical. Any policy reversal around economic rights or incentives sets us back at least 25 years before somebody will listen. So we need to always think of how to improve the attractiveness, not withdraw an existing attractiveness. Ease of revenue generation. The point was made around Lekki toll gate, or Lekki, and somebody was saying the residents, they are not very happy. It's not just to pay, but can you afford? But ease of revenue generation. That's where sea and air transport has towered over other transport this far. You don't haggle that you have to pay the relevant bill because it's digitized, and whether it's the taxation, the transparency is easy. Road struggles in that area a lot. Rail lends itself to this model easily. And that's why in the UK, whether it is the, what do you call it, touch and go, and you make your payments, and everybody is okay with it, and you can track, and you have the transparency. Local content and sustainability, absolutely critical, because in infrastructure, you're talking of the medium and long term. And you can't fool people about the value of what you're trying to do consistently for 5, 6, 7 years. They will figure out very quickly if there is value for them or if it is negative to their lifestyle. And if the entire populace or the people in an area, we see what's happening with the oil investments, get to a point where they resent what you are trying to do, that's very, very dangerous for any investor or for any financier. Nigeria has taken steps in this direction. Infraco is a major step forward. Yes, putting together 2.4 billion in seed capital, hoping to leverage it to 26 or 36 billion in the next 4 to 5 years. But we require about $3 trillion over the next 30 years to close the infrastructure gap. We also know that Infraco is a model for people to see that the right governance, operations, returns, valuation are driven by global best practice. I raised that because the investing community will be looking very closely what happens to Infraco. So for all those that are involved, be it the AFC, the Central Bank, the Sovereign Investment Authority, and the key stakeholders should just know that this can be a major springboard to attract financiers. Now, where should we be looking for money? It's not just from banks as we see it today. We need to now widen where we attract those funds from. Green bond pools are developing faster than any form of investment pool globally. And we shouldn't miss that. Diaspora, what I call Niger World Infrastructure Bonds. I believe strongly that we can raise over $100 billion from Nigerians in diaspora over the next 5 years. Putting the picture why somebody there will feel confident that I'm contributing and I'm going to get returns. And I'm at least, if I can't vote, I can at least vote economically for the growth of my country. And it's important that that picture is clear. It's not just the financial returns. Because I can assure you, Nigerians in diaspora, whenever they are speaking like where I am now, people say, well said, but what's happening in your country? And they're ready to tap into that. So technology and telecoms, we talk of the success of technology and telecoms, but there's a lot of opportunity. I did talk of fiber, branding, taking positions to better endear themselves with their communities. International chains and brands. So we know about tourism, connect that to rail, connect that to airport, and connect the ability that when you land, you easily land at Obudukatu Ranch or at Yankari Reserve. Then the hotel chains can decide to site hotels there easily. That roadmap is what attracts investment from the financing segment.
I would not take us into specific details around how DFI finance, but we know that regulatory and currency risk is a major item for us. Investors want to have clarity, what's likely to happen to exchange rates, what's likely to happen to interest rates, what's likely to happen to inflation, so that you don't, at the end of the day, find out that your investment has very little value at the end. And that needs to be addressed very well. There are other families of risk on slide 32: market risk, liquidity risk, concentration risk, credit risk, reinvestment risk, the risk of being able to cash out at the end of the investment cycle, which is where the capital market remains a very key opportunity. And I like the way the capital market is expanding beyond equities, bonds, into ETFs, so that there is actually a wider cash out opportunity for people. And that is on track, and that should be supported. The famous Lekki Expressway concession is probably the easiest referred to in road financing. But there are a lot of lessons to learn, as we've seen. It needs to plug within a bigger picture. Any major infrastructure investment that is a standalone is very easily misread. It's important that you see the total picture. Everybody, look at China. The first time I went to China, I saw bridges that were constructed without any machine, with hands. I used to read of manual labor. But when I got to China, I understood the common sense around what we were calling manual labor. It plugged into everybody had employment. And instead of paying for the machinery that was to be imported, the people had the employment because labor was the cheapest. I can imagine, we talk of road transportation all the time. So why don't we just have the paved stones? Is it paved stones we have? And just drop it in every village and ask all the village people to be the one to lay the paved stones just in the 10 kilometers around their village. And let all of them have that payment that is coming from the borrowing. I think they will like patience a bit more, because they will feel directly the real impact of this road. And it will not be, it is Julius Berger, it is that, it is that. We have enough manual labor. So in articulating financing, we need to bring our people into that equation from a big picture. So in trying to conclude, the banking industry has been supporting investment in infrastructure, year-on-year growth from 6% of the overall credit portfolio. We are now at 7.4%. That's 140 basis point growth in the last 2 years, and has potential to keep growing. I just give some examples to round up. EcoBank participated as one of those who funded A-Sky. Okay, A-Sky is an airline. But again, you see the big picture. The meaning of A-Sky is one sky across Africa. And the picture around it is, if you travel in Africa, to travel from Nigeria to France was easier than to travel to Douala. It was easier for you to first go to Paris to catch a flight to Douala than to get a flight from Lagos to Douala on time. All the flights were longitudinal, none latitude. Because it plays to the bigger picture of those countries. What A-Sky sought to do is disrupt it and say, look, Africa connected laterally. And today they operate into 23 countries in Africa. And EcoBank was very pleased to support A-Sky. And we are in 35 countries along the same route. So all the countries A-Sky goes to, EcoBank is also there. Second I will mention is Ghana Ports and Harbour. And that's on slide 37, where the Ghana government essentially allowed private sector to take the lead in the funding and in the management of the economics of the Ghana Harbour. And everything is digitized. If you need to do anything into Ghana Harbour, you do everything online. Just as the airport now, I'm sure whoever has been to Kotoka Airport in recent times, I know there is COVID now, you actually walk through with optical recognition, or you put your biometric, no paper. And that is working. And of course, we also supported the government of Côte d'Ivoire in road infrastructure, for those who know Abidjan very well. We also participated in Project Mercury, which is
telecommunications for the Guinea-Conakry. We also supported power infrastructure in Cameroon. I'm trying to click the big one for Nigeria. So the point I'm trying to make is we are ready and we are willing to support infrastructure in Nigeria. My last slide is on page 43, or slide 43. So the Premier League added 3.4 billion pounds to UK's GDP in one of the years. It's actually still now, I'm still trying to get, that was in 2014, so you can imagine what the number is today. But what was the objective of the Premier League? It was to maximize the economic potential of football in the UK. But how did they sell it? They sold it more as entertainment. It's very keen competition. But they built it, and because it's entertainment, it immediately went online. Because football, I mean, we have a league in Nigeria. It's still played as football, not yet entertainment, not yet the cultural rendezvous of peoples from different parts of the country. They did that with an objective, and we know that the best talents, best investments started moving towards the UK. I did mention Dubai. In one of the days, or one of the periods, by international visitors in one day, had spending of $30.8 billion US in Dubai. We need to create our own story. What will we be known for? The economic hub of Africa, and drive investments for which we, the banking industry, are very happy to participate in. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause very quickly. Patrick, if there's anything I'm taking away from your presentation, was that when you, Mrs. Patience Oniha, decide to take your advice on what the villagers should do, please let me know. I'm not too old to go to the village very quickly and share part of the money that the villagers will spend in laying the stones and all of that. But quite some of the, what you talk about being done, it's also done in Kigali, in Rwanda, for example. The airport, part of what the airport was done locally by local people, laying the bricks, the floor by themselves, not contracted to any international construction company. So a number of examples are done across Africa, even in small-scale housing for the people. So we can do a whole lot here, and we have the people, we have the youth, we can put them to work. If you go to a village and put 10,000 around everybody's hands to lay bricks and clear the roads, I'm sure even the boys, the bandits, will put the guns in the bush and join very quickly for that cheap money. And once you engage them from there, we'll tell them to do the next road. Before you know it, you'll likely find out that the bandits are gainfully employed, and we can resist the devil's workshop because it looks like the devils are employing more now than we do. So we should reduce the devil's workshop and put them in our own list. DMO will find us the money for that. The chairman for this panel is Professor S.G. Odewumi of the Lagos State University. Please put your hands together for him. He will be wrapping up the last panel that has these two big presenters on the podium. So we've had a very robust conversation so far, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. To join him will be Professor Marcus Danjuma of the National State University of Nasarawa. Could you please join us? Thank you very much. Put your hands together for him. And also the fifth member of this panel is Professor A.G. Sumaila, former Director General and Chief Executive of NITT. Thank you, please, Professor Sumaila. Thank you very much for coming. This way, please. So this makes us your panel, Mr. Chairman. And then I think we can conclude in about 20 minutes, and then, of course, give space to some reactions from the floor. Thank you. Some of the members have flights to catch, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. What a luck, but what a challenge to have two powerful Guru Maharajis presenting with powerful graphics that will take a lot of time to digest. I'm still having statistical indigestion. But thank God they were lucid, so I won't want to do, I won't need to do much to make the point is clear. And I will just repeat the outline so that the discussant will know where to plug in. I will give them freedom of choice to... Well, the first paper from the Debt Management Office is about the BRI. That is China Belt and Road Initiatives. Generally, what is it? What is the need for China? What is the need for Nigeria as a nation? What you call imperatives for the country, and the risks and the benefits. China is not doing it for free, and I mean, we are not taking it for fun. So it's to be a win-win. There's no reason why it should not profit us and profit them. That is essentially the outline of our presentation. I have two short questions for her. Because when it is this type of financing, credit financing, okay, we give you 1 trillion as a loan to make Ibadan-Lagos road or rail, but you have to buy all the equipment from us. You have to do this, all the conditionalities. So my first question is, this type of project, do they just give us the figure for the project? Where is competitive bidding in this? Because the trouble is, when you say, you can't call people to bid, because already they know who you want to give it to. And these people are not ready to give you money to go and call Julius Berger to do it for you. You have to buy equipment and use our people. So what is the risk? How do we mitigate being taken for a ride? So that what should be 100 naira, we have to pay 1,000 because of the way we got this thing. It's not that they will not cheat us more, that's allowed, but how will it not be a kill? Aha. So what are we doing about that? And the second issue that is related is, just a minute. The conditionalities. How do you compare their conditionalities with the Western multilateral borrowers? Because even when the interest, not just on the factor of interest, also on the factor of what you need to do before you get it. We know IMF, we say, okay, you have to devalue your currency, you have to remove subsidy from petroleum, you have to do this, you have to stop remarrying that second wife you want to marry. So those are their conditionalities. So how do we reconcile? If you look at the two, cost-benefit analysis, I want you to... Now, the second paper is also very lucid. The outline is on the global outlook, infrastructure outlook. The presenter took us through that. And state of infrastructure in Nigeria, which he gave us the statistics and the data. Where should we focus? Was his POSA. And private sector funding availability. Where do we get it? He gave us some expo, but I will talk about those expos later. And what portion of PPP that we need to do. And as I said, he gave us expo of where to look for and where there are banks we want to come in. He also did some interesting things. The global economic trends, clear incentives, revenue generation, collection issues. Those are the issues that's called success factors that we need to put in place. And when he got to the last end, and that's where I'm going to ask my question. where the money is going to come from. He mentioned the green bond, the diaspora, the tech and telcos, the international chain, and so on and so forth. I was looking for Nigeria and Nigerian banks. When he was going through, he tactfully did not had what they are doing to fund transport infrastructure. You gave us that of Ghana, Sky, Ivory Coast, Liberia, etc., etc. We did not have a Nigerian success story from you. I just saw question marks on your presentation. You drew the flag of Nigeria and you put 4 questions mark. So I want you to answer those questions mark. Why is it that we do not have concrete success stories in infrastructural funding? You mentioned Lekki that we all know, and you diplomatically say we learned our lessons from there. So those are, for those who understand, those are coded. So if we have success story, in fact, because that's the challenge I've been giving to people in and out of, because we are doing a research to know where are the success stories in infrastructural funding in Nigeria, where by 5 years now, there are new thinking and new paradigms. But before the 5 years that we know that they've done it and it has been successful and we are happy ever after, if you have it. But if you don't have it, please, those question marks you put. And we are very grateful for your insights on local content. It's very, very, the Ceuta, because I represent, if you check that panel, Dr. Jamo on this panel, he said I should represent him. That's Chartered Institute. The last summit we did, actually one of our major key agenda is indigenous content, local content in transportation, so as to generate employment, and we pick that up. I will see you. We are doing a research on conversion of waste nylon in Lagos. We mix with some little of sand and cement to make interlocks, to make roads and pavement. So you will be mopping up the waste and you will be doing construction and you can spread it around local government. So to summarize, your question is your own question mark. Where are the success stories? So I think you have taken my questions. I call on Professor Sumaila to, or you want to respond to that? Okay, please respond to mine before they combine it with theirs.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll just try as much as possible and answer them, given the time that we are told we have. So the first question is about the contracts award, as it were, to China for infrastructure. There are 2 points there. So the government of Nigeria have designed that product, has a cost around it, then checked by the Bureau of... Wasn't China Exim doing? If you're awarding it to or anybody, it has to go through that Bureau of Costing to confirm that it is fair. It's only after they get the approval that you then go to the Federal Executive Council. So it isn't that they're the ones who come give us the design and the costing. So what then happens is, and that happened about 2 weeks ago as well, on Calabar, Maiduguri, no, the coastal rail. I think that happened 2 weeks ago. So a contract for the project, the construction of the road, is processed all the way through the Bureau of Public Procurement, so they can approve the costing and everything. Then it goes to the Federal Executive Council for approval. Then there's a financing contract, in terms of the borrowing to go with it. So it is in the contract award and the contract for it that would determine, is it 10 kilometers? How high should the bitumen be? Should it be bitumen, concrete, or whatever? So there's a contract, like you would have for any contract that you're executing. So to that extent, there are checks and balances. So there's then a financing agreement that says, we're getting this loan from China Exim or from China Development Bank. These are the terms. There's a process that goes through. So comparing the loans from China with other sources, so for this purpose, I will say World Bank, the names you're familiar with, World Bank, IMF, and maybe the African Development Bank. I'll keep the IMF, I'll treat the IMF quickly. The IMF really doesn't technically give you loans to finance projects. They usually appear in desperate conditions. So last year they showed up across many countries because it was COVID. So what they did was they allowed to give a country, your own country, like your capital that you invested. So that's what we got last year for 3.3 billion US dollars. But when you are running an IMF program, the type that we rejected many years ago in Nigeria, power, that is a program where they tell you your exchange. IMF is not ordinarily in the business. That's not their agenda. Okay. Okay, let me just run back quickly. What I'm saying is, if we're looking at the other lenders, okay, because of COVID. All right. So, okay, it's better now? Okay. So I'm saying if we're looking at loans from the other sources, World Bank, IMF, they're one group, but each has a different purpose. And then we look at the African Development Bank. I said, let me start with the IMF. The IMF is not a lender that you see everywhere. They have a mission. And their mission is usually they will intervene in desperate situations, which can arise in two forms. One was like last year when there was COVID. Okay, so that was a global emergency. Whether you were a rich country or a poor country, you had a challenge. So we got $3.3 billion from them last year. Essentially what they gave us is called the Rapid Finance Instrument. It's your capital that you have contributed to them. They can lend you that amount under desperate conditions like that of last year. The second one, desperate condition, is where the economy has almost collapsed. Then you are then described as a country under IMF. So they then come and give you those conditions of what you should do. And I was making reference to several years back when Nigeria refused to accept it. So then you are running their program. They're the ones who tell you must do A, you must do B, your currency must, your exchange rate must be this, you must remove subsidies and all the other things you're talking about. So Egypt, for instance, has been under an IMF program for about 3 or 4 years now. I'm not sure they're out of it. So it means they're the ones helping you to run your economy. I mean, Ghana also went under an IMF program several years back. So IMF is not a regular and available lender. But if we look at the World Bank and the African Development Bank, just using them as examples. Okay, so the cheapest form of these creditors, which is the IDA, the International Development Association, is an arm of the World Bank. Their loans are the cheapest. It's about 0.25% per annum that you pay, and it is typically 30 years or sometimes longer. But they don't include that you must devalue. Don't forget they are financing one reform, how your economy must run. Okay. Secondly, China loans are project tied. So they don't also tell you you must devalue, you must do this. But when you are looking for a budget support facility, so they don't like to give you money, go and spend the way you like. Like last year, we were trying to get funds from the World Bank to fund the budget. The IMF doesn't ordinarily give money to fund the budget. But when they do, I think we tried in 2016. Today, that money didn't come. And we're trying, last year we tried. There was 1.5 billion US dollars to support the budget. So they're the ones who said one of the conditions, there were two main conditions why we didn't get it. One of it was your exchange rate should reflect the parallel market rate. You know what that rate is? We call it black market. Like, you should have one exchange rate, unified. The other one was you must remove subsidies. So they give you conditions, which explains a bit where we are now. So that's the response that we give. For project-tied loans or program-tied loans, like those reforms, they don't come and be talking about your economic policies. They know it's for a specific purpose. But if it gets to budget, they'll give you conditions.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, thanks for the questions. When I did mention on slide 30 of my presentation, I did mention new sources that I believe that as a country, we need to actively tap into. That tapping into it will still be handled by the banks. Okay? We will still mobilize funds from those areas, but the owners of the project itself must understand that the project needs to be attractive to that market. If not, as a bank, you're having a product that is not fit for market. And that is either you would finally raise the funds, but the cost will be very high, or you would actually struggle, or the time to raise the funds will not meet the timing of the project itself. And that's why I gave those, traditional financing, I also gave the statistics that the percentage of banks funding of transport infrastructure has grown from 6% of total credit in the banking industry to 7.4%. And that's in spite of further growth to agri, growth to telecom. So the banking industry is actually placing emphasis in supporting the transportation industry. The point around the question at the end is actually for Dr. Farah. And I did say NITT is well positioned to take the lead and describe that, what exactly is the big picture. Because what is out there now for financing are projects. An item, there's a rail from here to there. And I gave the example. I said, for us at EcoBank Group, it was easy to relate to what ASky was trying to do. Pick it in aviation, there are airlines around. But ASky set out for the picture of, instead of Africans relying on the travel hubs in Europe to get to other parts of Africa, we will be the easy connection, aviation-wise, one sky across Africa to make what Africans have always done, be it during the trans-Saharan trade, be it by various ways, making it a more efficient proposition to be able to travel across Africa. That bigger picture is why the economics was easier to demonstrate. Were it not for that bigger picture, the comparison would be what happened to Cameroon Airlines, what happened to Nigerian Airways, what happened to Gabon Airline. And when you finish and you say all of them are in the mortuary, nobody is going to put money.
Symmetry, not mortuary.
Okay, symmetry. Well, because some still wake from there. But it means it's very difficult to attract the capital that we're trying to mobilize. And I was saying that if only for that, from this conference, for the financing world to be able to key into what we want to do, identifying the other places where we can attract investment, so that we're not just all queuing at my sister's office, that in order to do that, we need to have loan. It's important that that big picture, and it's not the bank that is going to do the big picture for an industry or for a country. It's the country and the industry that would say, this is our big picture. And then the banks, and that's why I gave the example of Ghana ports. That's why I gave the example of the areas that we have, I chose examples that demonstrate the gap that we need to fill now in order to achieve the ambition that we're setting for ourselves here. But Nigerian banks are actively involved, or the financial system.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Although I still want to push you a bit and say success stories.
Yes, I mean, lots. I did use the Lekki project. It is a success story in PPP. I mean, let's not beat ourselves to death. It did, and it still has the economic viability, even though it has but it's a strong. When I mentioned Infraco, we talked of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, right? We talked of the Central Bank, and we talked of AFC. AFC, EcoBank is one of the shareholders of AFC. First Bank, Zenith Bank, other major banks, UBA, are shareholders in AFCs, bringing scale, because each of us could approach trying to fund an item, but we will not have scale. And that's part of the mentality that financing, it's not about approaching different banks. It's having a project that is attractive enough to gather scale. Because we're talking of serious money, and we're talking of long-term period. It's not the same thing as overdraft for 3 months. No. And you don't start and stop. You need to be deliberate. And in doing that, we need scale. And so we chose the approach first, not only for direct financing, but also coming together as an industry to empower scale. And that is what we've seen in the establishment of Infraco, which is already taking on some real projects in terms of the deals that Infraco should be focusing on. And we're all involved in that.
Thank you. Professor Sumaila.
Thank you very much, Prof. Well, you've done a summary of the two papers, so I'm not just going to go into that. But I just want to start by saying that we've been asking ourselves about infrastructure. What does it mean? And in transport, there are 5 major components: the modes, the networks, in other words, the way, the flows, the stock or inventory of transport equipment. Now, that is where infrastructure comes in. And, most importantly, the interrelationships. And one is surprised that we have projects that all they do is to provide a particular infrastructure without the interrelationship being taken care of. And that is, of course, abandoning one major component of transport. And let me say this. For air and water transport, they use what we call the freeway. But whatever freeway they are using, the advantage they get through the freeway is counteracted by the fact that they must be supported by other modes to operate efficiently. And that's why I think that we need to make this point very clear. Secondly, I want to say that the second presenter did talk about the human resource bit of it, which is very good, the local content. People have asked the question, do we really have a private sector in Nigeria? Do we have? And a lot of people have tried to answer this question. But for me, I will reserve my own comment. But the truth is this. Do we have the private sector with the capacity to do some of the things we are talking about? This is the real issue. And when you look at it, there are today, from this conference since yesterday, a range of financing options have been taken and put forward. I think those things are even likely to confuse us further. But it does not matter. What it means is that we have enough to pick from, and we should be looking at that. One aspect of infrastructure that I want to talk about very quickly, and it is because I am in my own constituency, like politicians. They say they have constituency. NITT is my constituency. And it is the issue of soft infrastructure. We've been talking about financing hard infrastructure. Yes. What of the soft infrastructure? The research, the innovation. You have challenged NITT, and I think this is where it comes. The research, you should really find out, where are we going? What type of infrastructure do we require in Nigeria? In which mode of transport do we require? These are issues that NITT can take up. And you have seen it all over the world. Research has played this major role. In the university, we call it town and gown relationship. And in many parts of the world, you will recall that we were in South Africa with Dr. Gideon Nema. And what they do is that even their programs, it is the industry that actually provide what they do, what they study. And that, of course, relieves them of the cost of what they are supposed to be doing. So we need it. And look at the Silicon Valley. California is a state in the US, but today is the 6th largest economy in the world. In fact, the economy or the the total economic base of California is more than virtually all countries of Africa put together. It has an economy larger than France and even Brazil. And it is simply because they have leverage on intellectual property. You know, and all the things we are talking about, Facebook, what have you, all this is where they make money. They don't have oil like Texas, but they make all this money. So I think I see where NITT comes in, because technology is also growing. Professor Badejo mentioned it. Today, there's what we call interoperability in the railways, where we now have trains that carry their tracks, like armored cars that the military use. Trains are developed already in Germany that carry their cars. The TRL on which our TTC is based in NITT is based on the TRL model in the UK, Transport Research Laboratory. For more than 20 years, they've been working on the concept of life roads. And in other words, you build a road and it remains forever. That is the impact of research and innovation. And this is where I think NITT will play that role and be able to complement with what the other private sector is doing. And I think we should be looking at that as a major contribution of NITT, so that this workshop will in fact be the springboard for NITT to grow and develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me start my comments from the first presenter this morning. He drew a conclusion that funding is not a problem, but that what we need is a model. And interestingly, the last speaker demonstrated a model here of a private sector participation. It looks good, sir. I wonder whether you've been in academia before. But like the chairman said, you have demonstrated how this model has worked in some countries, but you have not told us how it has worked in this country. I also will want to ask whether it is an eco-bank model that you have developed, and what is your recommendation for Nigeria? Now, my teacher, who incidentally is sitting very close to me, has told me, used to tell us that everything should be evidence-based. And so, anything we are doing, we need to generate data. And the best way to do this is perhaps NITT to pick up this challenge. Because somebody has asked this question this morning. Which of these transport projects have worked? Which ones have failed? Interestingly also, NITT has a database, and there's a pool of information there which people can access. But I will also want to suggest that you go further and perhaps evaluate some of these transport projects, so that when next we meet in a forum like this, you can disseminate the results, so that we can use results for further planning purposes. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister told us the Ministry of Works and Housing is into data gathering. And he said for about 2 years or thereabout, they've been collecting data on traffic flow, and that they are going to use that data for road development planning. I think NITT can key into that. Thank you very much, sir.
A bigger round of applause. They will take it now, then we come to the floor. But please add it to the wagon. If there are failures that we have experienced, what are the major causes of this failure in financing transport infrastructure? Secondly, and any of the speakers should address it if they have an insight into it. How do we solve the equation of appropriate pricing, affordability, and willingness to pay of our people? Because it's an issue, it's a matrix issue. So maybe I start from a debt management office. Patient. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Permit me to speak to some of the other issues. I think one of the key points that Patrick was talking about is how you can, let me use the word that is very familiar, how you can package a project with a vision around it. What is the ultimate objective? So it shouldn't be that we want to build Lagos to Ibadan rail line. What is the long-term vision for it? Is that where it starts and ends? There must be a vision around it. What is it going to do for the economy, for the people around there, and all of that? So when we do that for several projects, so that sort of vision, like we've seen in some other countries, will tell you from here it will get to Benin because there's cocoa there, then it will get to this place, it will get to this place, or there are tourism sites and all of that. That's how these things are linked abroad. And I think the interconnectivity that was talked about, that's where you can jump from rail to train to airport and do several things even in a day or two. So I think one of it is to say, how do we package this, come up, this project, this is what it is about, as opposed to we are just building this rail line. And on my part, I think that's what I've also tried to share with my supervisors. The Nigerian public have to know in advance what are we expecting this project to deliver to the people, okay? So that's something that we should look at. But I think one of the areas, so let me quickly speak to the issue around soft loans. So one of the things we have discovered that has limited attracting private investors, because like I said, funding is a problem. We can't borrow all the money we need to fix the infrastructure in Nigeria. No, we don't have the capacity. We will not be able to service our debt and the IMF will come quickly. So there are projects, but there isn't, funding is available, but we can't raise all of it. So we clearly need, like I said, the private sector financing where they take maybe some of the commercial risks that are there, and I'll speak to the other risk he talked about. So it's not about funding not being available or being available. It's a case of we cannot borrow to fund all of it. The point he was making is one institution will not on its own say this road that is $50 billion that will take 10 years to complete. Only one institution will fund it. Usually there's an arranger or a manager who brings together several banks and other financial institutions, sometimes including the likes of the African Development Bank and the IFC, really, yes, pulls all of them together to fund that road and stay committed to funding it until that 10 years when it is completed. So it's about putting money together. No single institution can put that together. So I think we have to be somewhat more strategic and package our products properly. This is one of the things we have recognized as a government. I know the airports have been out for concession for some time, and I believe we're in discussions with the World Bank to help us in packaging our products to make them attractive to private sector investors. Attractive means for them to see that there's a benefit, revenues can be generated and all of that. That's what we're looking at. Speaking to the issue around how do we cost a project, I think some of the things we would have to admit. Let me start from a soft approach. So typically, the World Bank, under its developmental objective, that's what it does, will say if you are going to toll, for example, this road, before you toll it, make sure there's an alternative where people who can't afford it can drive freely. So whereas the one that is tolled will be smooth and very effective and maybe take 30 minutes, the other one may take 2 hours, but it is free. So you choose. Okay, so they make room for that. But when you build the road from private sector funding, it's supposed to generate revenue to pay for it. So sometimes what they do is to ask for guarantees. For instance, okay, if the number of users was not as high as expected, so there's a revenue shortfall, they can ask government, give me a guarantee for that difference. So it's standby or guarantee one, or no, those are insurances and political risk. Yes, there is political risk that they ask us to guarantee as well. But there's an arm of the World Bank that provides guarantees on behalf of countries for political risk. So those exist. It's just that we have not clearly understood how to package and make them attractive for private sector investors. For pricing, like I said, there's an alternative. Let me share the example. One of the examples I think that was given to the minister, given by a minister. That new Lekki bridge, that is told. Okay, so we're told that when it was being designed, it was like, oh, people won't pay, whether it was 5 naira or something. No, it's too high, they won't pay. So they said when they opened it, and that 5 naira will not pay the loan that Lagos State spent at that time under His Excellency Governor Fashola. By the time they finished constructing, I think they charged ×2 or ×3 of that road. More people passed that road than they had projected. So I think if we see service, good service, maybe we're willing to pay a bit for it. If you take a train from X to B in the UK or in the US, and you convert that amount to naira, you know what you're paying here is peanuts. Yes. Thank you.
Patrick. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Patience. I think if I would start from, you wanted also to know what are reasons for failure. I'm Nigerian, and I'll be direct. We have very little regard for the cost of time. I'm not even sure we put time in our calculations. This same project we're talking of, road, Lekki Road, crying out loud, that project went on for how many years? How many kilometers? No, I don't know. I've at least visited 30 of the countries in Africa in my role. We cannot be honest with ourselves, and we have regard for the cost of time. So let's put it in the financing realm. Every day is additional cost. Because interest expense is amount times rate times time, right? Okay. But that time portion, let's speak Lagos Ibadan. If you own a bank and your bank executive management says they financed that resurfacing, you will have fired them by now, because for sure, how many years now? So even at interest rate of 2%, the amount will have tripled by now, and it's still not completed. Infrastructure and attracting people includes the discipline. And when you say this is the project cycle, your track record shows that you understand that some people who invested are 75 years old. And we don't want them to have crossed over before they will have the return that they expected they will have in 7 years' time. Sometimes we just continue as a nation as though time has no value. Major reason for failure. Not just in infrastructure, financing, every aspect of financing in Nigeria. The number of people who say, I won't pay, are not as high as not say, but maybe I will still pay you. After all, I will still pay you. But the day may not be there when you get there. So, second is, I don't want to use enforcement first. Just a culture of complying with agreements. You know, because we often default to enforcement. But it's an assumption that the person who wants to enforce is alive to enforce. The failure to respect basic terms of agreement as a culture. And when I say as a culture, when you ask somebody that respects your agreement, the next person is saying, do you want to kill him? The person doesn't start from, yeah, but you should respect your agreement. So culturally, I learned very quickly in my career in EcoBank. In my first year of going for a meeting in Togo, I was the leader of the team across 5 countries. Then EcoBank was in 5 countries. And I said, We will have dinner at 7 o'clock in the hotel. The hotel is called Palm Beach Hotel in Togo. If you know the road to the border, Aflao border. I was on the 3rd floor because I think it's 5 floors or something. At 7 o'clock, I left my room, entered the elevator, got to the restaurant. I met my 4 colleagues at the bar. Patron, they greeted me. I greeted them. What are you? You're having a drink? Yeah, okay, let's have a drink. So let's go for dinner. They looked at me and said, we are not having dinner. We can have drink with you. But if dinner is 7, you can't come down at 7:01 or 7:02. I'm their boss. If dinner is 7, you can't walk in. In fact, you invited us to dinner. So we should meet you at the dinner place. Simple. But we have a problem with it in Nigeria. When somebody is talking of investing there, inflation rate in French West Africa is 2 to 3%. So money is money after 10 years. My parents never failed to do premium for leadway assurance. I grew up in the north. By the time they were collecting the premium, they were poorer than life, what do you call it? So for me, I say, what's life policy? It doesn't have value. I've just watched my father make sure he's paying the 3 naira, 2 naira. By the time he has come out in retirement, the thing cannot buy sandal for him. And he has been saving for the last 25 years. Those are what the investor terms failure. Because there's failure of the project, there's failure of the investor. When an investor consistently does not realize what is the expected outcome from an investment, even if the project is standing, it's still a failure. Because the next project will not get investment. And these, for me, are the fundamental aspects that as a country, that's why I said the big picture. For the population of Nigeria, for the resources in Nigeria, you said soft. Those soft items is why somebody would rather invest in Niger Republic than in Nigeria and try to be doing the business in Nigeria and keep the company in Niger. Then we say there is smuggling. If it is difficult for you to operate in a predictable manner, you stay where it's predictable, but you are still interested in the economic activity. So that failure itself is causing. Because normally, please permit me, normally, there should be no basis that anyone in any of the countries in West and Middle Africa will first think of Europe before thinking of Nigeria. There's no reason. We have every resource. But that soft respect for agreement, irrespective of who it is, that time, that keeping things predictable. If your rate is 22%, then keep it stable. So pick Ghana. They have high interest rate. But it's been stable. In fact, the agro economy in Ghana, before you start your planting season for cocoa or harvesting season, you already know how much you are going to collect. The income is guaranteed. They use their subsidy for production. The price of fuel is $1 per liter. They use their subsidy for production. If you produce, you are sure that whatever the vagaries, you will not be short. Is that what we do yet? We need to reorient to bring the potential of our country to table. We should be subsidizing production, not consumption. Even in our private lives, that's how we were taught growing up. You subsidize, the parents will do everything to send you to school, but they will not do everything to do birthday party for you. Right? Because party is consumption. But school is investment that we produce. They will sell their clothes for you to go to school. But you go and ask your mother that she should sell her wrapper because you want to do a party for birthday, I think you know what will happen to you. So these are the fundamentals. Finally, you said appropriate pricing. I think Patience mentioned. Pricing is relative. It's relative to value. So if you pay appropriate pricing to get your goods into a Papa port, or to get your products to approach a Papa, what will happen to it between Mile 2 and a Papa port? Yeah, you need to see the value through. If you know that this is what I'm paying and this is what I'm getting, you do your arithmetic, you organize yourself. But quite a lot, we leave our people in the economic chain in a doldrum. So you start somewhere and you don't get to it, and then everybody is upset. Whether it's housing, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's... So pricing is relative, and that's why I said in my slide, in the focus of infrastructure, so what is our objective? If it is infrastructure we want majority of Nigerians to participate in, then we better choose the efficient one. There's no country that I know, India, China, that has population like Nigeria, that is not very good in mass rail transport. It's economically more reliable, more efficient for movement of goods or movement of people. But it's not at our priority with clarity. So it is when we put those priorities and what is it connecting? So Dubai, if there's a project called, I want to build a skyscraper, what's it called? Burj Khalifa, right? Burj Khalifa. If you see such a project today in Nigeria, will you invest in it? You are not likely to invest in it. That project is not a project on a standalone. It's part of the construct of the global vision of Dubai. Then it attracts investment. Because the airline will work to that standard, the airport, the hotel will work to that standard, the road, how do you come from traffic of 7 hours and then say you are going to pay, how much? $15,000 for a night in a hotel? It's not going to happen. Even if the hotel is the most, it's the whole combination of the concept of what exactly do you want to achieve. If we are clear on that, which I agree with the research we should put forward, the financing will follow through. Whether locally or internationally, it will follow through. Money goes to where money can be made. Thank you.
Yeah. Bossing, come on, take charge. Well, but before I retire, because he will retire me now as a chairman, is that I congratulate the NITT, but I repeat what I said, reward for good work is more work. You got a lot to do for the country. So, Dr. Barriero, congrats. Fasten your seatbelts as you take on new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on the microphone, sir. I think I would want to take just about 1 or 2 contributions from the floor. I know we're pressed for time, Madam Director General. May I respectfully ask for 1 or 2 comments? The gentleman who is seated in front here has a comment, and I'm going to take just only 1 or 2. That is all. And there's a gentleman sitting next to, behind him. Please, could you please bring the microphone very quickly to him? Thank you. You can keep the ones here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I stand on the existing protocol? My name is Engineer Ibrahim Al-Hassan Musa. I'm the chairman of the board of Nigerian Radio Corporation. I want to quickly just address 1 or 2 things that have been mentioned pertaining to the rail transport services. I want the panelists and ladies and gentlemen to know, for instance, the example given of the Lagos to Ibadan railway line, it's not a standalone thing. Actually, it is part of the 25-year strategic railway development plan. And the Nigerian Railway Modernization Program, the project was broken into 6 segments. Kaduna, Abuja, and Lagos Ibadan are not standalone. For instance, even as it is now, the plan for the Lagos to Ibadan is to convey goods, passengers and goods from Lagos to Ibadan. We have an inland dry port adjacent to the Ibadan station. So a lot of things to decongest the Lagos ports is going to take place when we start running this service there. Similarly, from Wari to Itakpe, right now we are conveying pipelines for the AKK project. A single trip of the train takes about 16 trailer load of pipeline. Just like Patrick said, when we compare that, a single train service overseas there can carry about 280 trucks load of goods. If we have that replicated in Nigeria, I think our roads will last longer. The death toll on the roads are 99% when it comes to transportation deaths. The one from the rails and the airlines is just about 1% from the statistics. So I think we are on the right track and we know where we're going. Only that we have to do it bit by bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that contribution. Please, could you please just give the microphone to the gentleman in the brown, and that will be the final contribution for today.
Good afternoon, all. My name's A.A. Manga, Head of Operation Castelia in Kaduna State. Mine is just kind of a contribution, maybe suggestion. Number one, to Ministry of Works. We're appealing to the minister or members to rehabilitate or construct 5 kilometers. That means starting from our toll gate to Mando. You know, he made mention yesterday, once he's retired, he's going on his Fashola law firm, whatever. So we were farmers. We normally bring tomatoes and everything, and a lot of money, waste of time and energy wasted between Mando to bypass. And remember, all the northwest, that's their route. At times, a trailer will spoil for 4 days, and the onion will spoil. So please, we're appealing to him. That is number one. Number two, do we really need a maritime bank when we have Nexim Bank? That's what I keep on thinking. We have Nexim Bank. They issue facilities to buses, ABC, and transport. Why can't we, the finance minister, let's maybe expand Nexim Bank, then bring in maybe Eco Banks, you know, so that they will be able to do something. But when we said we are going to now build maritime bank, tomorrow Kekenape Bank will come. No, it's true. So why are we building it now? When we have existing banks, I was opportunity to work in Nexim Bank. We set up the risk management department. That was why I was trying to get him and ask him. So this simple thing, we just use, get credible people there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. If we go down the road, we're going to have a tomato bank, and then the Okada people will ask for one, then the Danfo drivers, the Turo. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe every state will just go back, everybody has a bank. Yesterday I talked about who wants a banking license. Just raise up your hand. Who asked the central bank governor to give everybody a license. And then we can all go home and be happy that at least we have a license for a bank. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together again for this very powerful final panel of this 2-day conference. Please, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Director General, Debt Management Office. Patrick, thank you so much. We appreciate the patience for, oh yeah, you're sitting close to patience. Okay, so it works, Patrick and patience. Okay, and then the gentleman from former Director General of the NITT. Please, let's stand here for your group photograph very quickly. Director General and the Council Chairman, please join them for this final group photograph. Then we'll now go to the technical session to start working on looking at our draft communique for this 2-day conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Yes, sir. We appreciate it. I think on our program, we're now going to the final part of this two-day very incisive conference on the sustainable funding for transport infrastructure. The workshop overview and the general discussion will be led by the chairman, Alhaji Ibrahim Jibril, who is the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria, that's a CILT Nigeria. Alhaji Ibrahim, you're back again. You know, I told you. Yes, please, we need to have you back here to lead this final concluding part of the... please, could we please make way for... Thank you. And then we will take a very quick look at the reading of the draft communique. Do we have the team? Our communique team, if you're around. Dr. Danjuma Ismaila, who is the Director Training Department at the NITT, as well as Mr. Hassan Lanri, Acting Director Audit at the NITT. Both of them are in charge of the communique, which of course the Alhaji Ibrahim will superintend. Would you please have Dr. Danjuma Ismaila and Hassan Lanri in the hall, please?
The head of the secretariat, the rapporteuring team, can we have... May we know if you are ready? Is the draft ready?
I think I saw them there.
Otherwise, please, let's have somebody to tell us how soon it will be ready. I think we can quickly go into the workshop overview and general discussion before the draft communique is brought. Is that okay?
2 minutes, yes.
So I think we can by and large say that the conference was actually targeted and the topics were carefully crafted by NITT in order to address the issues of transportation infrastructural financing in Nigeria. And we have seen from yesterday, running down to the last session of today, we have had topics that have brought to fore issues of financing transport infrastructure. We have had a topic on towards harnessing and exploring opportunities for sustainable financing of transport infrastructure in Nigeria. And that was taken by the Honorable Minister of Finance. And she did quite a lot of justice to that paper. And of course, we had discussions over it, and I'm sure the rapporteuring team have captured the key points as to what we have taken from that presentation and the discussions that followed. We also had investment opportunities in transport infrastructure. That was delivered by the Minister of Works and Housing, that's Babatunde Fashola, SAN. And he gave us a lot of information on investment in the road transport subsector of the transport industry. And these investment opportunities have ranged from construction of the roads down to food vendors and things like that. But at the end of the day, we also need to look at, I think one or two people have mentioned it, the skill sets that are required in order to be able to run these projects effectively and efficiently. I also would want to add that these skill sets are not just limited to the people that are involved in running the project, but also the ancillary services. Even the food vendor needs to have culinary skills that are good enough to have satisfying meals for the workers on the sites. And this skill set is very important. We have not taken much time to discuss this, but I think it's equally, in fact, as important as the infrastructural development. We also had a paper on transport infrastructure financing mechanism for financial institutions in Nigeria. This was delivered by Ross Oluyede, and that was yesterday. And today, we had public PPP in transportation infrastructure by Mike Ohiani. And no, I think Mike was not here. It was Emmanuel that delivered that on behalf of ICRC. And then leveraging of pension funds, or rather leveraging on pension funds, international development partners to finance transport infrastructure. There was quite some debate on that. And I think the presenter did justice to that. And there were contributions, even though we could not take all the contributions from the participants. Are they ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I understand the rapporteuring team are ready. Can they come forward?
Yes, Dr. Danjuma Ismaila is representing the team. He is the Director of Training Department at NITT.
Okay. They will project it. Before they do that, I think we will also mention the Belt and Road Initiative versus other international development initiatives, very well presented by Ms. Patience Oniha. And the last paper was presented by Patrick Akinwumi, the MD of EcoBank, on synergy between financial institutions and private investors as a panacea for infrastructural deficit in Nigeria. That last session was also very informative. We had the 5 Ps seated here, Patience and Patrick and the 3 professors. And they did very good justice to that paper. I think before they really come forward, let's give the opportunity for people to say 1 or 2 things on the conference, because this is a review session. And then we're supposed to discuss the conference. Did you do well? Did we address the issues? Because the bottom line is that we are looking for solutions as to how to finance transportation infrastructural development in Nigeria. Were we able to get there? Maybe we'll speculate now. And when the draft communique is ready, we will see the details of what has been captured, and then we'll make the corrections.
I think we did very well, Mr. Chairman. I think we have a whole lot of areas covered, but of course we know that infrastructure is not a fast food. It's a marathon. It's not a 100-meter dash. So the efforts that the Ministry of Transportation and the current administration has placed emphasis, I think it's a cutting razor for what will happen in the next various other administrations as well, building on what has been done so far with institutions such as the NITT and others now coming to big relevance, and everybody understands what we need to do forward. But I think I will allow Dr. Danjuma Ismaila to... Okay.
Any minutes?
They want to give us a few...
Okay, before they are ready, can we agree? Can the House agree on the modalities of taking this draft communique? Do we take item by item and address them item by item on the draft, or we read the whole draft and then we address them one by one?
And adopt it.
That will save time, right?
It will save time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that is, how do they say? Okay, my gavel is down.
I think on a personal note, I want to say very thank you to the vote of thanks is coming later. But I want to thank everyone who's been here over the last 2 days. And as I said yesterday morning, I'm going to single out a few organizations such as the Federal Road Safety Corps for being here over the next 2 days. I think apart from the staff of the NITT, The only other organization that's taken more notes than everyone else in the last 2 days is the Federal Road Safety Corps. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Because I watched them over the last 2 days. They got these very bulky notes, and they were all seated there taking notes fast and furious. In fact, you think they work with the NITT. But it's very interesting for them, I know, for the roads, so that all of us should behave ourselves when we drive, because they know where all the roads are, so we can't escape them. So thank you very much for safety on the roads. It's also part of the whole infrastructure, transport infrastructure that we're talking about. So we thank you for being here as well and taking notes, which will also form part of your report back at the office. We will adopt the communique once it's ready, Mr. Chairman, and then we'll see how many points they will be able to raise, and within the allotted time, try to make it possible. Then, of course, on a final note, we'll have a group photograph of the NITT, members of the board and council that are here present, and then that will be the closing window. I think we could start by reading the communique, then once the slides are ready, we can put them on the 2 electronic walls. If the lead, a team lead is available, we can come down to start the read so that we'll keep the tempo and the energy on, then we can put the PowerPoint presentations on the screen. Dr. Danjuma, if you like, please to come downstairs and be ready for this presentation, please. You can read it to us, then we can take the projections later on. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Danjuma Ismaila, Director Training Department at NITT.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me apologize on behalf of the committee that drafted the communique. Actually, it's still work in progress. The work is not, it has not been easy, actually. We just finished some of the papers and we want to incorporate them inside the communique. Notwithstanding, I think there's still some work to be done, so we consider this as work in progress. But for the purpose of the attention of the audience and the participants, let us agree on some of the content. So other corrections, we can do it together. So thank you for your patience. So far the members of the drafting committee communique and some of the repertoires we put it together for the 7 papers presented, starting from yesterday and up to today. So we're able to summarize some of the key or salient points regarding the observations raised by the conference, and also we also incorporated the recommendations. So let's go it one by one. I think if there's any corrections after we have, maybe starting from the heading, if there's any correction, please let us hear from the members of the audience. So communique of the National Conference on Transport Infrastructure Funding in Nigeria, organized by Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, NITT, in collaboration with Federal Ministry of Transportation, Abuja, held on 17 and 18 August 2021 at Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja. Do we accept it?
I think we agreed that they will read through the communique, then we make our observations, right?
Okay.
House, I made this open to the floor. I said, what do we adopt? We said we should read it all through before we take corrections. And I brought down the gavel. My intention was that we take it item by item. But the House, the majority, Okay. Let us go back and rescind. I lift my gavel again. So we'll go item by item, and my gavel is down. Juma, continue.
Okay,
Doctor.
thank you. So without taking much time, let's go to the, go back to the heading, please. The first page, we have not finished with the second page. Okay. Now, introduction. The two-day national conference. So the title, we have discussed the title. Is there any correction there? Okay. No, theme is different from the title of the conference, please.
Please, I would want to be part of this, and from here I cannot view the screen. So permit me to calm down.
You see, the title of the conference, not the theme. Okay. So what are you suggesting now? Please, the secretariat upstairs, please, can you help us affect the correction there? Okay, please, Mr. Dr. Mundi, can you help us be affecting the correction? Please, Dr. Mundi, where are you going?
Secretariat, hold on. Secretariat, as we're doing the corrections, or we're taking the corrections, you effect them on the system immediately. Okay? In fact, we can see what you're doing from here.
So, please, suggestions, correction. Okay, transportations, infrastructure, financing. Okay, fine, thank you. So, Secretary, can you understand what they're talking? Infrastructure, transportation, infrastructure, financing. Okay, development, financing.
It's right there. So let them just copy it. It's on the banner there. Let them just copy it.
So let the secretary set.
Somebody has raised an observation.
Are you there? Okay, so are you correcting, ma'am? Transportation, the first line, not transport. Financing, not funding. Development, sorry.
Can we have somebody fast on the system? Because this will take us the whole evening.
So, organized by Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. Do we put Zaria?
Yes. Zaria must be there.
NITT Zaria. Please, after NITT Zaria then. In collaboration with Federal Ministry of, is it the Federal Ministry of Transportation? That should be the, okay, with Federal Ministry of Transportation, fine. Now, introduction. Any other? Sorry, we are trying to summarize things, not to be detailed. I think we don't have to be
That
so
can
detailed.
come in the introduction now.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, introduction. The two-day National Conference on Transportation, Infrastructure Development Financing in Nigeria, organized by the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Transportation, FMT Abuja, was successfully held in Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja, from 17th to 18th August 2021. Or do you say 17 and 18? Okay. So please, let's go next slide. Okay.
Yeah, let's have the theme in the introduction.
The theme of the conference was sustainable funding.
There.
Is there?
The last sentence.
The theme of the conference was sustainable funding of transport. So please, next slide, let's move. Overview. Yes.
Conference is missing.
Okay, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Conference Center. Or Convention Center. It's Conference Center. Fine. All right, let's go to the overview. The conference was graced by the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Finance, Budget, and National Planning, and Works and Housing. Also in attendance are some members of the National Assembly. Sorry, I think let's stop here. If there's any corrections we can make before going further. No, we are coming to that. There are areas where we listed the commissioners, please. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. So the Secretary, can you hear what they're talking? That after the Minister of Transportation, you now put semicolon, then finance, semicolon, finance, budget, and national planning, semicolon, and then works and housing. Okay? I think we also, sorry, all in all, they were doing some correction when I caught them. So that 180, I think, supposed not to be done. Can you, Dr. Mundi? Okay, can you tell me what was there that you deleted? Yeah, the total number, what we have there is the total number of participants. The conference attracted a total number of 338 participants. Out of it, 133 register for virtual attendance, and 205 register for on-site or physical, which 180 of them attended. The conference attracted 330 participants. Okay. No, out of even, there are those that registered but did not show up. So that's why we said 180 only attended. Yeah, out of 205 that registered. Okay, so maybe we can say, no, yeah. Okay. So no, 180 registered, but there are some that attended virtual. That is, we were streaming it.
You mentioned that one.
Okay. So then we have to remove the 330. 180 were physical. Okay.
So the total of those two attended.
Attended, yes.
Yes, so put the total as having attended.
So that's 335. Eh? 313. So please take it. Please make it 313 attended the conference. Okay. 180 physical participants. Okay, virtual. So after the virtual, put comma. Close. Okay. From all over Nigeria. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, yes. Fine. From all over Nigeria, mostly from transport and financial sector. Transport sector and financial sector.
Remove one of the sectors.
Okay. Remove the one of them there and put S there. And put S, transport and financial sectors.
Go ahead, Danjuma.
Okay. The World Bank, EU, professional bodies of CILT, SIOTA, as well as state commissioners of transport, works and finance, academicians, transport unions, transport professionals, investors, journalists, and other stakeholders. Is there any group that we have not captured? Sorry, madam, you have to, I didn't hear.
Sorry. Thank you. I think you mentioned governors, and there is no way you can nullify them from this something. Actually, they sent somebody.
Do we have any governor?
But it doesn't really matter. You have.
He was represented.
He was represented. So we have to mention the governor?
Yes, you have to. Yes. It is.
So they said no, it's the commissioner of works, and which I think represent him, which we, I think.
Dr. Danjuma.
Yes, sir.
You see, if governors send representatives, then we should be honorable enough to say that they sent representatives. They will take offense that they were not even mentioned in this thing. And they made effort to send reps. So we should recognize them.
Okay. So, Governor of Lagos State, we can say. No, how can you say governors? Because there's only one that was. Governor's representative. I think governor's representative, yes. So we can put as well as state governor representative. Am I right? No, we said only one.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry, all protocol duly observed. Just like when the president sends somebody to go and represent, there is no way you are going to decline the president. Somebody is there on his behalf and it has to be acknowledged. It's a protocol. Thank you very much. So now the Marshal is here now. They cannot deny them. They were here. They are not even mentioned in the program. Thank you.
So are you saying we should put the governor or not representative? The governor, okay. If there's a general concern, please put the governor of Lagos. Okay, governors, please. Let's put the governors. Remove the governor of Lagos, please, governors.
Good governors.
Because I think there are other states that were represented which we have not even recognized. Please put the governors. Fine. Eh? That's why we say we put the governors. Eh?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Hello. What is the issue, Chairman?
No, well, you should say as well as representatives of the governors of either Lagos, Adamawa, or whoever that came.
Okay.
Yes, so we need to mention those states represented, you know.
He registered.
So let's capture it as such.
Okay. Representative of the governors of Lagos,
states.
Kaduna. Sir, can we know which state?
Ondo.
State. Adamawa. Okay. Any other state? Governor representing any other state? So we have, please, Secretary, take note, Lagos, Kaduna, Ondo State, and Adamawa. Eh? Please, Secretary, take note. Adamawa. Okay.
No, Ondo.
Ondo, not Ikiti.
Ondo.
Yeah, we'll take note. Okay. State Commissioner of Works and Transport.
States is already there now.
Okay. No, it's okay. Then Commissioner of Transport, Works. The governors, okay, the governors. Please, Secretariat, the governors here. Please correct it now, Secretariat. Okay. No, it's there now. Why can you say there's no need? Now, the next thing is Commissioner of Transport. I think, do we put comma or put semicolon? Semicolons. After Commissioner of Transport, semicolons.
After Ondo State.
Okay. It's all right. Then, okay, before the academician, please. There is another group that came here and they said they had not seen it. That's traffic management agencies. Traffic management, I know that of Kaduna and also of Oyo State. Okay, federal safety as well too. Traffic management agencies. Ma. Sorry, we have put other stakeholders, I think, which cover everybody. Please, we can't cover everybody.
Doctor,
sir,
put regulatory agencies.
Okay.
It will cover
regulatory agency. Okay, sorry. Please relocate federal safety before the traffic management agencies, please. Eh? Please, just relocation, not removing anybody, just removing from somewhere else, please. Okay, okay. But let us recognize their presence here, please. Specifically. Yes. Please,
in order to make progress, let's leave the reordering for the Secretariat to do later. But let us get the meat of the discussion. Please,
okay,
so
please,
that we make progress.
Unnecessary comment like that, it will just delay us. We can't finish on time, please. Okay. During the conference, okay, in the keynote opening address by the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Obamisola Rukaya Saraki, on behalf of the Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, she thanked the NITT for organizing the conference to address. Okay. Okay, so please correct it. After Amechi, you now say Minister of Transportation. Okay, so he said. Okay, we should remove the opening. Okay, please remove the opening. Where are you going now? Go back. In the keynote address, please remove the opening. Please, we are trying to summarize things. We don't have to capture everything. Okay. That's all right. So, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, Honorable Minister of Transportation. Okay. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Transportation, so you remove, okay, relocate it. All right. No, Honorable is not there. Remove the Honorable. On behalf of the Honorable Minister, okay, it's all right. Okay. I think after I mentioned there should be a comma.
Remove the she.
Okay. The key address by, okay, remove the she. Thank. Remove the she, please. Okay, thank the NITT for organizing this conference to address pertinent issues precipitated by low revenue drive by the government. By the government, or is it by government? The Honorable Minister emphasized the need for sustainable funding mechanism to mitigate transportation infrastructure deficits in the country and wish the participants fruitful deliberations. Any corrections? Thank NITT. Sorry, please remove the, yes, thank NITT. Okay. Deliberations, is it? So there should be S. The last word should be S. Fine. Okay. Fine, let's go to the next paragraph. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, I agree with the chairman. So he said pertinent issues of transport, infrastructure, financing. Transport, infrastructure, financing. Okay. All right, precipitated by low revenue drive by the government. Where put stop? Okay, after the financing. Sorry, one at a time, please. I can't. Okay, issues on fine. Transfer infrastructure financing. Full stop. Okay, the others should go, please. So, after financing, you put full stop, remove the comma. Fine. Okay, so let's leave it here as a summary. Please, we are just taking some summary, some salient point. We don't have to be detailed. Okay? During the conference, 7 number of papers were presented by different speakers, namely Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, there should be a semicolon after the planning, please. Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Sir. Yes. Wait, one at a time, please. Okay. So maybe can the chairman use the microphone? Okay, just 7 papers.
Yes, 7 papers.
So, okay, sorry. 7 papers were presented. 7 papers were presented. They said no, please. All right? Now we continue. After Honorable Minister of Works and Financing, semicolon, please. After Works and Housing, semicolon. Okay, Managing Director, Infrastructure Bank PLC, semicolon. Okay, so put acting DG. Small d. Acting DG. Okay. Why we should remove the CE? All right. Of ICRC. Professor, semicolon, please. After ICRC, put semicolon. Okay. Professor Badejo, semicolon. What is it? Bamidele. Please, we don't have to be specific. Did you demo? Yes, sir.
Where is it?
Why are you talking? Okay, the Infrastructure Bank PLC. Sorry.
THE?
THE, yes.
So put the Infrastructure Bank.
Are you sure that's what it is? Okay. All right. DG MD, Chief Executive of Eco Bank PLC. Please let us not. We have to be very.
Doctor, let's see the next page.
Next slide. Let's move. Observations. The conference observed that number 1, transport infrastructure is a backbone for economic development and requires long-term financing. 2,
carried. Go ahead.
Number 2, capital investment in infrastructure have been widely recognized as a veritable route for engendering sustainable economic development and inclusive growth.
Go ahead. No objection. Go ahead.
Transport infrastructure development in Nigeria is still predominantly funded through national or traditional public source.
Is that correct? Go ahead.
Okay. However, the conference, public sources, I think public source.
Add S to source.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Number 4.
The conference, however, recommend the following government, recommend to the conference recommends the federal government on the following.
No, put it like this. The conference, however.
The conference.
However.
The capital T, capital H, commend the federal government on the following.
Dr. Joe, please. Let's go back to number 3.
Okay.
Number 3. Transport infrastructure development in Nigeria is still predominantly funded through traditional public sources. Okay, it's okay. It's all right.
Continue.
Okay. So, sir.
Remove however.
Okay, we should remove the however. Okay. The conference commend the federal government on the following introduction.
Commended.
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 Commended, sorry. Commend the federal government on the following introduction of special. There are many.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, on the followings. Okay. Remove the S, please. Remove the S now. Okay. The introduction of special infrastructure tax credit scheme, which is designed to encourage private sector. This scheme is designed to encourage private investors and invest and recover their investment through tax credits. Please, can we, to my own suggestion, can we remove the second line? Let's one at a time, please.
Gentlemen, don't we have this scheme in place? Don't we have it right now? Has government not introduced this tax scheme? So why are we recommending it?
No, it's not recommending. We are commending the government to introduce it. We don't need additional explanation, please. Just remove the second line. Please, one man at a time, please. Doctor. Okay, capital SITC. Okay, so please take note. It's a scheme. So make it a capital S and a capital C, and then S, the special. No, not special. Okay, fine. So you remove the special. Remove the special. Remove the special. They said there's no this thing. Now put the acronym. Okay. Okay, road infrastructure tax credit scheme. Okay.
In bracket, RITC.
RITC. Please, in bracket. Okay. Why did you IR? Fine.
See, remove the C. Is RITS. The tax and the credit go together.
Okay, it's all right.
Is Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme.
Okay.
So remove the credit. Remove the C, sorry, not credit.
Okay.
It's okay like that.
It's okay. No, you just
remove the C.
I think after the bracket, you now put comma, which is designed to encourage private sector participation. Okay. Then remove the comma. Remove the comma, please. Designed to encourage private sector participation.
Okay.
I think that comma should go, yes. Okay.
Gentlemen, I think what we should do, let's just look at the issues and leave the typos. There will be a small committee that will look at the typos so that we make progress. There will be a small committee that will look at the typos. Yes.
Now, the next scheme is Highway Development and Management Initiative, HDMI program, which is designed to address the current challenge in the road sector ranging from development, management, and maintenance. This program comes with additional opportunities. So maybe you remove the second line.
Just go on. That's
okay, it's all right. Okay, it's all right. So the national tooling policy recently, has recently been ratified by the Federal Executive Council. The sector, there is a space, please, between the, you need space, yes, space, okay. The sector needs $775 billion in the next 30 years for transport infrastructure development in Nigeria. Do we have to include this sentence? Highway. Sir. Okay.
Let's.
Okay. All right, it's all right. So do we delete it? Please, that's what I also suggest. The national policy recently ratified by. So the sector needs this, please. From the sector needs, it should be removed, please. Okay. Now, number 5, factor of the observation is financial institutions are ready to key into PP projects, but this depends on the bankability of the projects. Okay. Most of the funds in the financial, sorry, there's S there.
Please, let's leave the typos to the committee.
Most of the funds in the financial institution are short-term in nature, since they are funds from individuals, hence financing long-term projects like transport infrastructure would be difficult. Okay? The PPP contract durations are usually determined by quantum of investment required and the sector complexities. I think
what is it?
I think that's why it's hanging. We can.
Yes.
It's not. Now we are looking at observation here. It's observation. So maybe we can remove it. Yeah, the PP contract durations. No, what we are highlighting here. Sorry, what we are highlighting here, the observations made in the conference.
Please, gentlemen, I understand we don't have time again. So let Dr. Danjuma just read through everything, and then we'll take 1 or 2 or 3 observations, and we'll give the committee to perfect it. Please.
Okay. I think that's all. All right. So, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, the transportation sector contributed 1.38% to the GDP in the first quarter of 2021. However, with improved transportation infrastructure, the contribution will increase. I think the committee will work on this. The key challenge in providing the requisite transportation infrastructure is financing issues. The committee will look at that. The 2014 oil crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic have forced oil-rich nations such as Nigeria to have a rethink on their public spending strategies on the transportation infrastructure. The already decaying infrastructure is increasingly under pressure due to population and economic growth. So I think there is another one that's hanging. Infrastructure provision is the most distributive way of effective lives. I think that one should go. So please, that one should be deleted without even the committees. Road transportation account for 95% of the all freight and passenger movement in Nigeria, making it a strategic economic tool for Nigerians' economic growth and prosperity. The federal road network is 35,000 kilometers, representing about 17% of the national road network of 200,000 kilometers. However, there are strategic routes that carry 70% of the road traffic in Nigeria and connect major cities in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The road transport has become a major enabler in the Nigerian economy. I think we need to work on this. With increased activity in the provision of infrastructure, the road construction industry has gaps in availability of equipment and other necessary support. This provides investment opportunity in the corridor. Number 15, financing transport infrastructure demands collaborative efforts among the federal, state, and local government and other stakeholders to agree on a common front on how best to redress the existing poor quality of the national transport sector. Number 16, transport infrastructure funding are huge capital investment associated with multiple risks and uncertainties. 17, internationally funds could be sourced from the World Bank, African Development Bank, and other infrastructure development partners worldwide. However, one of the major challenges of sourcing funds from these international lenders is that they always seek sovereign guarantees that are hard to come by and difficult to negotiate. 18, locally funds could be sourced from capital markets through infrastructure bonds or directly leveraging on the pension funds, which is a major source of funding various units of economy. The main investment objective of the pension fund into any allowable investment is to ensure safety and maintenance of fair returns. I think this one has to be worked again. Number 19, infrastructure fund is one of the allowable investment of the pension fund that has not been enjoying maximum allocation. The pension investment guidelines require that a maximum of 10% of pension funds should be allocated to the infrastructure fund. As of April 2021, the total pension asset portfolio stood at 12.40 trillion, with only 67.01 billion, that is 0.054% allocated for infrastructure fund. That is a huge gap here. The reason is that only few Nigerian infrastructure securities have credit ratings strong enough to be invested by the cautious pensions infrastructure funds. Financing transport infrastructure is a potential investment opportunity for pension funds provided it passes the required credit ratings. If otherwise, it can secure the support of the Infrastructure Guarantee Company Limited. Now we go to the recommendation. The following recommendation were profiled. That is by the conference. There is need for paradigm shift from the traditional approach to funding transport infrastructure development by seeking alternative source of funding. Number 2, there is need for other private investors to join special infrastructure tax credit scheme. Please, I think you have to put in the appropriate scheme introduced by the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, along with Dangote, Liquefied Natural Gas, and others mentioned as an example and beneficiary of the new scheme. On the sub-transport infrastructure, Federal Ministry of Finance is ready to partner with NITT. And this one has to be also paraphrased. There is need for Ministry of Transportation and NITT to reach the CBN for possibility of coming up with alternative transport infrastructure funding. Number 5, the PPP model should be adopted since it is a viable option for transport infrastructure growth. However, the federal government should serve as an enabler, should provide enabling environment in terms of policies and guidelines. So provide, okay, now number 6, the government interventions such as tax credit schemes should be enhanced. Government needs to provide guarantee that will protect investors in order to hedge against any high risk in transport infrastructure finance. Okay. Number 8, there is need to develop a model that will enable government to recover the funds invested in the provision of transport infrastructure in order to ensure sustainability. I think we have to be specific here. Is it the federal government, or if you are talking about the government, then we have to include the states. Then we have to be specific that to the federal government. Yeah? Okay, sorry.
Put S.
Put S there so that we know it's several governments involved. Okay. Number 9, a complete risk assessment must be carried out for all transport infrastructure projects to avoid loss of investment. Number 10, any transport infrastructure should be sited with good connectivity to where people or users reside in order to encourage patronage. Number 11, the insurance industry needs to be empowered, should be S there, to be empowered to enable them cover transport infrastructure projects. Okay. Number 12, the government should provide an enabling environment in terms of policy, guideline, and regulation that will encourage MDS to develop bankable people. It's like we are repeating this number 12.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There should be numbering from 12 to 19, please. Or 12 to, why? Okay, 13. There should be internationally acceptable models to evaluate the bankability of PP projects, taking into consideration the value of, So we are going to, it will be corrected by a committee, please. Sorry, madam. Sorry, there should be internationally acceptable models to evaluate the bankability of PPP projects, taking into consideration the value for money, VFM, and the risk elements. Is it elements or elements? Okay. Number 14, use of PPP. Please correct that 20 to 14. Use of PPP in the transport infrastructure financing will provide fast services delivery, efficiency, and quality service delivery to the people and adequate return on investment. I think this needs to be right. Number 21, please, supposed to be number 15. Government should, please correct the numbering system. Okay, the government, okay, sorry. The government and other stakeholders in the transport industry should develop viable projects that will attract investment through PPP arrangement. There is need, next one, there is need for PPP projects. Policy should be designed in such that indigenous companies will be given priority to derive the benefit before considering foreign investors. Number 23, the lifespan of PPP projects should also be looked into to make PPP projects as it affects transportation infrastructure easier so that investment will recoup their investment in reasonable time. I think this one will also be work. That the provision of infrastructure through construction and maintenance of roads and bridges will generate the need for increased employment opportunities and investment opportunities for individual investors, especially in areas where gaps have been identified. Okay? That the transport infrastructure being put in place must be qualitative enough to stand the test of time and for Nigerians to derive the maximum benefit from the services being rendered for a long period of time. That in the providing transport infrastructure, other minor infrastructure that will ease movement and accessibility like walkways, bicycle lanes, and others should equally be provided. There should be a documented blueprint relating to the investment options or opportunities in all modes of transportation. Next, please. Next slide. Oh, that's the last. Sorry, so as we said, it's work in progress. We have not reached conclusions. I think there are some papers that we are yet to incorporate their input. So I think there's somebody raising hand there. Can I?
No, I think it's obvious that we are not done with this communique. And I think we should get it completed. Unfortunately, we have only 30 minutes within which to conclude in this center and exit it. I understand they close at exactly 5 o'clock. And we still have lunch in our agenda. So let us, as suggested earlier, have a committee. The committee to be chaired by Dr. Danjuma Ismaila, with Dr. Baba Mondi as member, Dr. Natasha as member,
Odele.
Neshakia as member, and Dr. Odele, but it shouldn't be too much. Larry will head the secretariat, supervise what they are doing in the secretariat.
Okay.
Okay? Yes. And what timeline do we give them to conclude this? Because we can't leave it open-ended. 8 a.m.?
No.
8 p.m. And they can continue elsewhere now.
You can continue elsewhere now. You said at 8 p.m. What are you talking? So maybe let's give us 1 week, sir.
Okay.
Or 2 days.
Okay, I understand there is a little adjustment. Larry will be a member, and then Nashakia will supervise the secretariat. Please, we give them up to what time? 8 o'clock? 8 p.m. to conclude. They can do it outside this center. Find one of your hotel rooms as make it a secretariat and conclude on it. Please, please, and please, not only typos. Look at the structure. Look at some of the decisions that were attach these recommendations to specific stakeholders who will be seen to be the ones to take actions on these recommendations. If we leave it floating, we wouldn't know which organization or which stakeholder should really take action with regards to any of the recommendations. So tie them to specific stakeholders that will be held to account in implementing these things. I think on that note, yes, to provide next steps, this will be part of the recommendations.
Okay, yeah, definitely, actually.
Yes, what NITT will do. Okay. Yes. Yes. Tie. Okay. National vision. The global picture. Tie it to the global picture.
Okay, it's all right.
Vision. Okay, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think, what do we do when they conclude? Do you circulate by email? Because everybody has registered. So,
Mr. Chairman.
And the papers too.
Okay, so the papers will be uploaded into the conference website so that each member can download on his own. In addition to that, we are also planning to send it through the emails while you register. But notwithstanding, you can have access to it before then through the website conference. Okay, you can download on your own.
Chairman, NITT Governing Council, other government members, management, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Yes, I'm concluding my own part.
Do not go yet, please. We still have to take the vote of thanks. Can we appreciate Dr. Danjuma Ismaila with a good clap of hands, please? As well as Alhaji Ibrahim A. Jibril, President CILT, for doing a job so masterfully. Can we appreciate them with a good clap of hands once again? Thank you very much. Mr. Bosson, our original MC, has had to leave to attend to some very urgent and pressing matters. Permit me, therefore, to fill in his very giant shoes for a very few seconds. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, permit me to invite, most respectfully, the Registrar of NITT Zaria for the vote of thanks. Malam Sule Bello, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Only that my time is very, very brief, but I always thank my DG for giving me this opportunity to say the big one. Thank you. So please, you must mount that thank you for me. Please appreciate yourself for the success. All of you appreciate yourself, please, for me. On behalf of the Institute, the Governing Council, the management, I want to say a big thank you for the tasking assignment that you have been, conducting for the first 2 days. Let me quickly recollect going down the memory lane. When the chairman of council, in the person of John Olorugun Onojahaho, was inaugurated, he called me by the side. I can vividly recall my former DG, Mala Aminu Musa, was there, that you, NITT, you have to come out of your shell. Now, you can see we are living witnesses that we are coming out. There is nothing in the milestone that will make somebody great when an achievement is being recorded and your name is written, under the milestone that you are part of that progress. I can vividly recall that we attended a retreat in Lagos and the minister, made a declaration that Dr. Bayero, go and think over it, that I will not confirm you unless you are ready and you are ready crystal clear to turn the institute from what I have been hearing. Now, I am giving you only 6 months. Please, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate these gentlemen for me, the chairman of council and Dr. Bayero Farah, because they have done it, they have succeeded. Hajia Fatih just left here. She attended since yesterday. I can see Barrister Adams. They are all here. Now, if you have leadership, definitely you are bound to succeed. So please permit me 1 second to read a very brief speech on behalf of the council and the management of the institute. It's a vote of thanks by the registrar of NITT, Humble Sefsele Bello, during the closing ceremony of a 2-day national conference on transport infrastructure financing in Nigeria at the Sheikh Musa Yaro Conference Center, Abuja, on Wednesday, 17th and 18th August 2021. It is my honor and pleasure to propose the vote of thanks to mark the close of the 2-day conference on transport infrastructure development financing in Nigeria. First and foremost, I give the greatest appreciation to Almighty Allah for giving us good life to witness the occasion and for bringing the conference to a successful end. I thank their excellencies, the executive governors of Lagos, Ondo, Adamawa, Kaduna State, the honorable ministers of transportation and finance, members of the diplomatic corps, the permanent secretary and directors of the Federal Ministry of Transportation, honorable commissioners of transportations, captains of the transport and logistics industry here present, chief executives of mass transit organization, chief executives of transport management agencies, and our eminent scholars, discussants and speakers who, despite their busy schedules, have made out time to grace this important occasion. The legal luminary, son, in the person of Fashola, was here personally yesterday. We appreciate his presence. I am also grateful to the Governing Council of NITT under the able chairmanship of Olorugunju Onojahaho for supporting the idea of this conference from inception to conclusion. The chairman, sir, we appreciate you. Please appreciate the chairman for me once more. Permit me to also appreciate the contribution of directors of various departments, especially Dr. Denjuma, and heads of units of for their invaluable contribution to the successful hosting of this conference. Similarly, I would like to thank all our distinguished invitees for honoring our invitation, especially the media, for their live streaming of proceedings at the conference, among others, behind-the-scene activities to ensure the successful hosting of the conference. Last but not the least, let me thank all the friends of the Institute from far and near, hoping that you will gladly oblige future invites from us. Finally, I leave you with this inspiring African proverb, like I always copy from my former Director General in the person of Abdul Ghani Samaila, who is listening to me. Anytime we have a function like this, he will make sure that he educates, he imbibes. That if you want to go quick, you go alone. But if you want to go far and you go together, you now invite others, like what Dr. Bayero did. Please appreciate the DG for me. Thank you for all your time and attention. You see, lastly, I want to remind you that what you are doing today is not for today. ladies and gentlemen, it is for tomorrow. We inherited from our leaders before, but you discover that if we don't have the inspiration, the ideas to make sure that we live, under the milestone, something important, it will be a washout. So we thank you for your time. That definitely, after all this stream of, ministers and lecturers that appeared, we will not sit on our oars. We will make sure that we follow the community theological conclusion. We thank you very much for coming. Safe journey to your own destination and regards to your family. Thank you very much.